Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. We should start so that we can get to the first coffee break on time. I think the majority of the people have already taken their seats, while the last people are finalizing their, finding their seat. I will already start with welcoming you all here. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, welcome to Riga and to the international conference Making Sanctions Work, the Way Forward in 2024. I am Paulis, Iljenkovs, Deputy Head at Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia in charge of sanctions-related issues. And I'm honored to serve as your host for this intensive, yet hopefully very productive day. I'm delighted to see such a significant turnout with around 100 attendees joining us in person from around Europe and beyond, and over 500 registered for online participation. Furthermore, our live broadcast on the Latvian public media portal lsm.lv ensures even broader visibility for our discussions. This event is made possible through the collaborative efforts of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia in close cooperation with our esteemed partners at the Royal United Services Institutes, aka RUSI, and the Latvian Institute of International Affairs. Before we commence, I would like to share some logistical details to facilitate a smooth experience for all. Number one, in-person attendees can find the Wi-Fi password displayed on the screen and on the screen here. Number two, we offer simultaneous interpretation from English to Latvian. Please use headsets if needed for in-person attendees, and online participants can choose between accessing the original English language feed or the feed with simultaneous interpretation in Latvian. Number three, throughout the conference, there will be opportunities for questions. In-person attendees can raise their hands for the microphone, while online participants and those who prefer anonymity can utilize the Slido application using the hashtag Sanctions2024. Our agenda includes official openings, a keynote speech, multiple one-on-one conversations, and 3 panel discussions, covering the most topical issues in the field of international sanctions today. Let us begin with the welcome remarks by the head of Latvian Financial Intelligence Unit, Mr. Toms Platacis.
Good morning and welcome, dear colleagues, Honorable Minister of Interior of the Republic of Latvia. It is once again a pleasure to welcome you all to our Sanctions Conference. This is an annual conference organized by the FIU with our cooperation partners. This year it's the 5th conference, and when we started back in 2019, our first conference was about making sanctions work in terms of immediate outcome 11, which is proliferation-related sanctions. At that time, nobody organized conferences about sanctions effectiveness, and then when we told everybody that we're doing it, we had weird looks at our direction. Today, the situation could not be completely different, completely more different than it was 5 years ago. Being the 5th conference, the 2nd conference on Russia-related sanctions, this is a topic that no conference skips in the region, in the European Union, and in the world for the last 2 years at least. Last conference, also on EU-related sanctions, organized by the FIU, was organized on 1st of December 2022. At that time, it was day 281 of the war. By an odd coincidence that year, we received 281 suspicious transaction reports in the FIU regarding sanctions evasion. And today marks the 754th day of the war, and we're looking at about 754 STRs to be received this year, which marks the extent of how important the topic is today and how much attention should be paid to the topic. Back then, at day 281, it seemed like a long time into the war, and unfortunately today, it seems like that time was only the beginning of the war, and we have no idea how long it will last, but we're here to do our best from a professional perspective to make it as short as possible and help Ukraine win the war. This year's topic, as Paulis mentioned, making sanctions work, is no coincidence, and we're trying to make these conferences more practical and operational by every year. The previous conference was on finding the best solutions for EU, learning from our OFAC colleagues in the US, what is the best mechanism, how to implement sanctions, how to be effective on sanctions implementation. And one of the main takeaways in the last conference was that every country and also EU needs a central authority to deal with sanctions implementation. And now I'm quite proud and honored to say that Latvia is one of the first countries in the EU that has taken the first very initial but very needed decision to centralize our decentralized regime of sanctions implementation. And as of 1st of April this year, the FIU Latvia will be the central authority for sanctions implementation in Latvia. And we hope that many other countries, where needed, will follow our steps. What the FIU will do, you will hear all about it within several panels today. And if you want to follow what we do, you can see it in our social media, many events that we're doing this week. And this week we branded our Sanctions Week. And it marks something very important, which is a statement and acknowledgement ourselves that we are fully ready for the new functions that we're going to have as of 1st of April. We have the sanctions team with us here today. We have onboarded all the necessary people for being able to be effective as of 1st of April as a country, as an FIU, for the new role that we're having. It wouldn't be possible without our international cooperation partners, where we got the inspiration for all the best practices. We understood how many people we need, what functions we're going to do, what not to leave out anything. And that's all because of you. And hopefully today you can, or we can, share some best ideas, best practices that we already have implemented in our 3 months interim period of making this work. I mentioned that this week is our Sanctions Week, as we branded it. What does that mean? That means we're ready for the function, and we're ready to show everybody what the function is. And why we chose the FIU and why we chose to centralize the function is to help our businesses. Because the sanctions are not meant to hurt locals, it's meant to hurt the aggressor country. And sometimes it works the other way around. At least we've identified few instances, and to avoid those instances, we have centralized the function to help the businesses. That means we have to talk to the businesses to understand what they need in order to make the biggest benefit of sanctions for ourselves and the other way around for the aggressor country. The Sanctions Week started last Friday with Paulis engaging with media, telling about all the new functions. Yesterday, FISMA colleagues having a roundtable on all the practicalities about sanctions implementation and best practices with implementation and enforcement. Today, obviously, the main event of the conference. Tomorrow, we're going to have many more sessions and seminar with business representatives with the FIU, between the business Q&A sessions and much more. And last 2 days, we can thank our colleagues from the UK OFSI. They're very kind to share their experience with FIU colleagues and many authorities from Latvia. They will deliver 2-day training for our colleagues. So we're completely ready for 1st of April and later on. I have to thank our colleagues that Paulis already indicated. RUSI, of course, the Latvian Institute of International Affairs, SIFMANET project, and of course, EEA grants. Lastly, but not least, I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank Paulis and his team for organizing this event, as well as Marta, who's taking care of all of the administrative issues. So I wish you the best of conference, many good findings and key takeaways.
Thank you very much, Toms. And our next speaker is, with an honorary address, Minister of Interior of the Republic of Latvia, Mr. Rihards Kozlovskis.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be here and open the conference, making sanctions work the way forward 2024. And I'd like to say thank you to Financial Investigation Unit of Latvia for driving attention to one of the crucial aspects of our national security, sanctions. In an increasingly interconnected world, where threats to our security can emanate from various corners of the globe, it's necessary to understand the importance that sanctions play in safeguarding our nation. For the last 2 years, Ukraine has been fighting aggressor country Russia to liberate its land and drive Russia back. While we stand for our friend Ukraine by supporting it with different humanitarian, military, and knowledge, one of our country's main goals is to build stronger internal security. In response to this aggression, the EU states, together with Western allies, have mobilized a multifaceted approach where sanctions play an important role. But in the political and practical level, we have to improve them by making them more effective. In this geopolitical situation where we stand today, sanctions against Russia serve crucial purposes. They impose economic pressure on the Russian government, compelling it to reconsider its aggressive actions and adhere to international rules and agreements. By targeting key sectors of the Russian economy, such as finance, energy, and defense, these sanctions weaken Russia's ability to sustain its military campaign in Ukraine. Also, targeted and effective enforcement of sanctions is making our internal security much stronger. In the field of cybersecurity, fighting organized crime, and others. Therefore, I would like to express my appreciation of the fact that Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia will become the main authority for the implementation of sanctions in Latvia, including decision on freezing of assets. This creates a fully centralized sanctions implementation system in Latvia without creating any other authority. In conclusion, sanctions are not merely a diplomatic tool anymore. They are a cornerstone of our national security strategy. By leveraging sanctions effectively, we can confront threats, uphold our values, and safeguard our nation in an increasingly complex and uncertain world. Wishing a productive day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you, Minister Kozlovskis, for your address to both our in-person and online attendees. Indeed, in Latvia, we view implementation and enforcement of sanctions as a national security issue. Moving forward, our keynote speaker today is Mr. David O'Sullivan. David O'Sullivan, former Secretary General of the European Commission and senior EU diplomat, in 2022 was appointed by the EU as International Special Envoy for the implementation of EU sanctions. So a key person for EU sanctions implementation matters. David O'Sullivan will join us remotely. Please see him on the screen.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to welcome you in Riga for this conference on ways forward on sanctions implementation. Let me start with the three broad objectives that our sanctions have. First is to limit Russia's military capabilities and therefore give military advantage to Ukraine. Second is to deprive Russia of the most sensitive technology. And third, to reduce the revenue of the Russian government as it continues to try to finance this war effort. Importantly, we see impacts on all three counts. Russia is losing crucial revenue. Had it not been for sanctions, Russia would have around $400 billion more to fund its war effort than is the case today. For instance, let's look at Russia's key revenue source, energy. In 2023, tax revenue from oil and petroleum exports was 32% lower than in 2022. That alone has cost the country $113 billion in export earnings since the start of the full-scale invasion. Moreover, as a result of the oil price cap and sanctions more broadly, the accumulated current account surplus is 86% lower than the year before. Around 260 billion euros worth of Russia's central bank assets have been immobilized in the G7 plus jurisdictions. More than two-thirds of this, around 200 billion euro, have been immobilized within the European Union. This has significantly limited the room for maneuver of Russia's central bank, which has been forced to raise interest rates to 16%. True, on paper, the Russian economy appears to grow, but a closer look reveals that this is due to its significantly increased military spending, 6% of GDP in 2024, or 10.8 trillion rubles. On the account of pouring massive sums of money into its military, Russia is cannibalizing its productive sector and welfare system. This is not sustainable, not even in the medium term. Russia is also growing desperate to procure a wide range of goods from increasingly questionable sources, notably for its military-industrial needs. With extensive sanctions targeting dual-use and advanced technologies needed for military production, direct exports of the so-called battlefield items is down 97% compared to pre-war figures. At the same time, we do see that Western goods and components continue, albeit through increasingly complex routes, to find their way to Russia. This is a result of circumvention. The sanctions as such are working, and because of that, Moscow is dedicating significant efforts to get around them. And this brings me to my main point. Sanctions are only as effective as their implementation and enforcement. As you know, ensuring full and effective implementation is the responsibility of member states. And I must say, progress that they have made in the last 2 years is remarkable. We see strengthened internal structures, increase in resources, and revamped legal frameworks. Latvia is certainly a good example, with its authorities approaching sanctions implementation and enforcement extremely seriously. This, of course, includes the upcoming centralization, whereby the Financial Intelligence Unit will become the national competent authority in charge of implementation. At the same time, the private sector, be it financial institutions, insurers, or traders, play an important gatekeeper role. We need to exercise a collective vigilance and work on identifying bad actors and shutting down possible circumvention routes. I always say that where there are sanctions, attempts to circumvent them will be inevitable. The question is, how can we make it as slow, as expensive, and as burdensome as possible for Russia to get around them? With the 13th sanctions package adopted less than a month ago, and with implementation on top of our priority list, today's discussion could not be more timely. I wish you a very fruitful conference and all the best for the Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia on assuming their new responsibilities in April.
On behalf of everybody present here and online, I would like to thank Mr. O'Sullivan for the inspirational speech that I think perfectly sets the tone for today's conference. By highlighting the objectives of sanctions and emphasizing the importance of proper sanctions implementation and enforcement, two topics that we're certainly going to focus on today. For our first one-on-one conversation, I have a distinct pleasure to introduce a very special guest, Mr. Vladyslav Vlasiuk, advisor to the Office of the President of Ukraine, and he will be interviewed by no less special friend of ours who represents co-organizers of this conference, director at the Center for Financial Crime and Security Studies at RUSI, Mr. Tom Keatinge. Please, both, you're welcome to the stage.
Great. Paulis, thank you very much for the introduction. Maybe it's on, maybe it's not. It's on. Okay. There we go. When you get a thumbs up from the interpreter, there's nothing better. Great. So, Vlad, you're really very welcome. Thank you so much for making the trip to join us here. You and I have got to know each other over the last couple of years under obviously tragic circumstances, but you've had probably the most central role in observing the question of sanctions, sitting as you do as an advisor to President Zelensky. So let's kind of start with a big question. From your perspective, like how is the sanctions effort going? What would you point to as sort of bright spots, highs, effectiveness, and other areas perhaps we need to talk about in more detail?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for having me here. This is a lovely place, even though it took me a while to get there. Anyway, yes, that is true that we've known each other with Tom for a couple of years now. And it makes me think how much we've done together and how much has already achieved on the sanctions streams so far. And before we go into details of what is not working, please remind yourselves how much is working now and how much has achieved in so far and how unprecedentedly tight the pressure on Russia is. So yes, that is true that we've been very much lucky to receive a lot of frontline experience of how the Russia's been working and what are the changes, if any, can be felt in the front line. Me, myself, I went to the front line a couple of times and I'm planning to go very soon after this trip. So yes, the guys who are sitting in the trenches, they would read anything on the sanctions. They would admire any news that, okay, there are new sanctions in Russia, okay, there are new schemes closed, okay, so new technologies, again, are not available, or some Russian propaganda is being also sanctioned, and all that kind of news are being followed closely by the guys in the trenches, believe me, and that is always very inspiring. On more practical things, the impact of sanctions is very much felt when the guys see what weapons and how much munition been yet available for Russia, and this is something to improve. For instance, one of the key parts, what is making Russia to succeed recently in the front line, this is these guided aerial bombs, and they had like thousands of these just regular bombs, and they started to attach some microelectronics to those bombs, making them thus guided, and that bombs are critical. And of course, there are some Chinese parts, the servo motors, the microchips, nothing sophisticated though, but those are thousands of microelectronics parts not produced in Russia, but imported mostly from China, and this is something to care about. This is just one example, and of course there are like more examples of the Western technologies being yet available for Russian military industry, but at the same time, we certainly see some positive impact of sanctions, especially in that regard. So yes, this is a very crucial part.
So you were telling me last night, because obviously people are often asking, so, you know, are sanctions working? Can you show the impact of sanctions? So maybe do you want to explain a bit, you were talking last night about the impact that actually sanctions seem to be having on the Shahid drones, I think you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, these are just some very practical stories. So you've just heard some big figures drawn by David O'Sullivan. So what are the impacts on the Russian macroeconomy? But then there are some very practical impacts. So on the Shahid drones produced in Russia, there are these tiny part servo motors, which allows them to maneuver. And those recently started to be substituted with less reliable and less accurate Chinese parts. And given that the rest of the microelectronics used in the Shahid drones is quite the same, so using the different servo motors really changed the ability of a drone to maneuver, and it's simply kind of not responding well to what it is to respond. So the guys in the army, they just told me a couple of stories that some of the Shahid drones just hit the land because they failed to maneuver properly because of these less quality servo motors. So these are some very practical implications of the sanctions, but of course at the same time they're yet able first to produce a lot of Shahid drones. They would add more explosive to the Shahid drones. In the very recent hit against Odessa, So we've obtained some parts of the Cometa navigation system. It is now more sophistication and is more difficult to jam the signal because they added 8 more microelectronic part to that. So again, this is kind of not stopping. This is like an ongoing experience, and we just should keep the pace.
So we heard from David O'Sullivan there this important point about circumvention and trying to make procurement more difficult. So what are your allies telling you that they are doing on circumvention? How are you persuaded that allies are really doing everything they can to disrupt circumvention?
Well, me myself, yes. Why? Because I've seen these very particular instruments to be used, these executive orders on the banking system, and just sitting there and checking the news, I've learned that the Armenians are about to stop getting the MIR payment cards. And I think this is one of the direct implications of this executive order of the US. And this, again, the list of critical import items, this been expanded as well, and that is now including these CNC machines, and that is also very much important because we've been seeing a lot of CNC machines being imported to Russia. So this is what we see. Again, at the same time, of course, it is hard to not to admit that there are yet a lot of microelectronics available to Russia. But we are really hoping that this is kind of very last resorts for Russia. So they have to do like extra mile to get those parts. And we think that this is something they have started to struggle now.
So combating circumvention was a big focus for the EU over the last 12 months. I mean, fundamentally, that's why David O'Sullivan's job was partly created. But towards the end of last year, and you already alluded to it, we saw perhaps a more muscular approach emerging, particularly from the United States, with that executive order warning foreign financial institutions that they will be held accountable. So how would you characterize what you're hearing from the United States versus the EU? Are you hearing different messages between maybe diplomacy on the one hand and being tough on the other?
Well, I would say that the diplomacy always has to be deployed and has to be used, but at the same time, the crucial difference between the ability of EU and other partner states or allies to act and the Russian government to act is that the Russians act much quicker, and that is a big challenge. Meanwhile, while we would discuss some tools to be applied or not to be applied, they would just act. And this is kind of this time gap. This is something big. Look, for instance, for the shadow fleet. So just after the oil price cap was implemented, they started to act. So over the course of previous year, they've built these, 200, 300 vessels, just carrying the Russian oil, whatever of the price cap. And it took us how long? I mean, we started together with Key School of Economy, we started some discussions, I guess maybe in July, August, we started some discussion about, look, the price cap being violated, we have to do something about that. And it took at least to, I guess, mid-October when Minister Yellen admitted this problem, and then we kind of, with the partners, made some steps. And yet, I think, speaking of the oil price cap, a lot can be done yet, including the idea of the choke points, including the importance of the Baltic Straits, allowing or not allowing to through the tankers with Russian oil. So again, this is about the ability to act quicker and more decisively. So these are something to think about. So yes, the executive order is a good example of a proper and powerful decision taken. On the EU level, I guess we can do more in that regard.
So I'll be less diplomatic than you. More urgency, please, I think is perhaps the the message you would ask. And perhaps we should put the Kyiv School of Economics in charge of sanctions decision-making. I would certainly support that. I want to talk a bit about the Russian central bank assets. This is obviously a major topic of political discussion these days. What's your perspective on that conversation?
Well, again, I think that 2 years ago, this international sanction group, co-chaired by Makfol and Andriy Yermak, they've issued the very first action plan. In that very first action plan on sanctions, the idea of confiscating the assets was put. And I think that this is a perfect example of something which could have been done a long ago. And the difference between doing something very quickly and decisively and doing the same but only after 2 or 3 years of discussions, I mean, sometimes it can be like crucial. And I think that there are not much doubts now that the confiscation of the assets, at least of the interest, will take place. So why to take so much of discussion? I mean, sometimes we just have to remind that we in Ukraine don't have that much time. It's already 2 years, and we've been fighting quite powerfully, but this is difficult. This has been very difficult for us. And should it be the decision taken earlier, it could help a lot.
I think you, again, diplomatically make a point there, but we need to be making sanctions work for Ukraine to win, not merely to survive. And with that in mind, if we look ahead to 2024, what are the 2 or 3 things that you would want us to be taking away from today, going to Brussels, going to Washington, going to London and saying, this is what needs to happen, and this is what needs to happen now?
Right. You know, I mean, I would really start with the confiscation of the asset. Let's go first. Second, the oil price cap. Again, please first stop circumventing the oil price cap. Second, lower the oil price cap. It is also very overdue to lower the cap. Then the financial, I guess the thing the Americans started to do like implicating the banks of the partner countries and of the other countries. This is something to be repeated also by the European Central Bank, because I mean, if the banking system is really threatened of the implications, we would see a significant change of behavior in all of those, let's say, neutral countries who's been willingly or not helping Russians to circumvent sanctions. So these 3 things, this is great. Anything extra, we will love that. But let's focus on these 3.
Vlad, thank you very much. You used an important phrase there, which is change of behavior. And certainly this, I think, for us at the SIFMANET project is what we want to focus on this year. It is important that we see a change of behavior. The time for, if you like, admiring the problem and talking about the problem is clearly long gone. Action is what is needed. And hopefully that is what we can pull out of today's conference. And hopefully that's what the Latvian FIU and colleagues can demonstrate as leadership in the EU. So Vlad, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And we are, of course, always here to help in whatever way we can. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Vladyslav, for very poignant messages in just 15 minutes of conversation. Very constructive roadmap for policymakers in the European Union, in the UK, and in the USA for what should be done going forward. And what made this discussion very interesting, I think, from my side, was the perspective that we heard from Ukrainian soldiers in the trenches, and that certainly puts into perspective everything that we are doing in sanctions implementation, and lets us take a different viewpoint of these things that we have to deal with every day. We will now move forward with the first panel discussion of this conference, entitled Making Domestic Implementation Models Succeed. I would like to invite to the stage Ms. Pia Sarivara, Ms. Laura Aus, Ms. Amy Langley, and Mr. Toms Platacis. Tom, say this, Mala. I wanted to whisper, but I forgot that my microphone is on. All right. Hi, all. I will give the introductions of all the speakers as well today, but I will start with a brief introduction to the panel discussion. So, as already mentioned today, the duty of implementing sanctions in the European Union is the competency of member states. Each country can adopt the framework that it finds most suitable to address the challenges of sanctions, also considering the respective sanctions risks to which they are exposed. We have 4 distinguished speakers representing 4 national competent authorities for sanctions implementation. 1 from the United Kingdom and 3 from different EU member states, Finland, Estonia, and Latvia. I will start with introducing Ms. Amy Langley, who is Head of Licensing Strategy and Delivery at Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation, or OFSI, of the United Kingdom. Next to her, we have Ms. Pia Sarivara, who is the Sanctions Team Leader at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. Nice to meet you. Next to her, in the middle, we have Ms. Laura Aus, who is Deputy Head of Financial Intelligence Unit of Estonia and specifically in charge of sanctions-related matters and terrorist financing. And last but not least, my colleague, Mr. Toms Platacis, who is the head of Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia, and as you've heard today, as of 1st of April, Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia is also becoming the national competent authority. So I'll first ask the discussants a couple of questions to introduce their respective national competent authorities, their powers, roles, and responsibilities, so that the audience can appreciate different sanctions implementation models that exist. We will then move on to discuss the important topic of derogations and licensing activities that would otherwise be prohibited by the sanctions regimes and the roles our discussants have in this field. And we will then move on to discuss the roles of the NCAs, National Competent Authorities, in supporting the implementation of sanctions by the private sector. And finally, we will conclude with the questions from the audience. So if you have any, please be ready at the end of the discussion or prepare them during the discussion. So that's it from me. We'll start now with giving the floor to the discussants. And first of all, Toms, we know that currently Latvian sanctions implementation model can be described as decentralized, and there is no one central authority in charge of sanctions implementation. However, in less than 2 weeks, FIU will assume these responsibilities, as we know. Could you explain to the audience the necessity of centralizing sanctions implementation on a national level, and what exactly the FIU's role will be?
Thank you, Paulis. Good morning once again. It's a good question. I sometimes ask the question to myself, even today, before coming close to 1st of April or 30th of April, which is much more important date because that's going to be the first deadline of first application that the FIU will have. But we had very, very extensive discussions why we need centralization, whether we need centralization, and where to centralize, under which institution or create new institution. The necessity generally, apart from what we heard in the last conference, as I mentioned in the morning, that the best practices would be to centralize, but one doesn't fit all. And with smaller countries, it's not always necessary or mandatory to centralize. But with smaller countries such as ourselves, who have quite extensive risks because Russia and Belarus are our neighbors, there's no other choice. We understood that we have to have competence and knowledge under one institution. And we made the decision to centralize. Most important reasonings are, first, we had when there's many people or institutions in charge of one thing, that means there's nobody in charge of that thing, and I think it works quite strongly with government institutions all around the world. In Latvian, there's a term that's called footballing of applications. So if there's overlap with competencies or not enough competencies for all institutions, there's footballing. So you as a business apply to one institution, they send it to the next one, and there's a round, a football game of the application, and nobody ever answers the application. So we wanted to avoid that as much as possible, because as I also mentioned in the morning, the sanctions are meant to hurt the aggressor country, not ourselves, not our people or businesses within within the EU. So we wanted to have a very clear mechanism where a business can turn to, and they're going to have answers to whatever question they have regarding sanctions or sanctions implementation. That was one of the most important reasons. On top of that, and one of the reasons why we chose the FIU in the country is because all the information that obliged entities or natural persons have to report to national competent authorities adds very well to financial intelligence, and not only financial intelligence, to intelligence. So the FIU is a great place to have the overall oversight of all these matters, and it just adds to the core businesses. And the last but not least is because I don't think anybody else could do it. We had the competences, fortunately or unfortunately, because we had to work with sanctions evasion. We received all the suspicious transaction reports on sanctions evasion, because sanctions breaches or sanctions evasion are a criminal offense in Latvia, so there's consequent money laundering in those offenses. That's how naturally it built in the work of FIU, and we have increasing amount of STRs. We're in charge of TF cases, etc. We have a public-private partnership, a very well-established contact with the private sector, dealing exactly with sanction matters. So we had the competence, and I think it was a natural role for the FIU to be the FIU in Latvia.
Thank you, Tom. So obviously, the risk-based approach, Latvia is exposed to higher risks than some different EU member states, and obviously, Financial Intelligence Unit as an intelligence body could have these competencies, and they certainly fit in. And helping the private sector are among the reasons why Financial Intelligence Unit. Moving on to Laura. Estonia had opted for this decision to entrust Financial Intelligence Unit with the competency of being the NCA for financial sanctions-related matters for a while now, and traditionally the FIU is not. It would be a not very traditional role for financial intelligence units. So, can you please briefly introduce the audience with the roles and responsibilities of the Estonian Financial Intelligence Unit, and more generally, do you think FIUs are well placed to perform this role?
Hello, and thanks for having me. It's so nice to visit neighbors again. In Estonia, yes, we are not centralized. We have quite a lot of stakeholders. Mostly services are separated, the trade about the goods are separated. But regarding the financial sanctions, responsible authority is FIU. Financial sanctions is a little bit different from maybe you have used to traditional. We are not having only targeted financial sanctions, what is known by the United Nations, but also financial services. When this prohibition is related to cryptocurrency, investments, loans, credits, guarantees, then it's also financial sanctions, and then the Financial Intelligence Unit is responsible about this. What we do, we of course answer all the queries what comes in, how to translate this, how to use it. It was quite hard to explain in the beginning, quite quickly, what does it mean that 100,000 deposit, how to implement this. When cryptocurrency couldn't anymore provide services to Russian nationals, these kind of questions, what we're gonna do now? What should I hope for? Or these kind of questions. So we are answering these and helping private sector to implement financial sanctions. We also give the derogations regarding the financial sanctions licensing when we see that all the circumstances is okay. And we do it with the Corporation Foreign Ministry because these are political tools and need to be also coordinated. We are the info sharing body who always have to inform public sector without delay that the sanctions list have been changed, something have been delisted or listed. We are trainers, not the trainers like trainers. We are not doing any trainings, more like awareness hours or days, because we are also supervisor body. So if you supervise and to train, it's a little bit difficult, but we share our knowledges and what we see. We also have 2 paragraphs what is obligated to us. The one article in the law says that if the person who feels that the measures, what is put to him, like designated person, can challenge and ask if these sanctions were implemented correctly or not. The other paragraph is allowing to all physical, juridical, financial institutions, everybody to report FIU about the transactions. Is it violating sanctions? Is it subject of sanctions? And if the measures are put in correctly. And there the FIU always gives the feedback to the public or reporter. Is it done correctly or not? That's how we help to identify false positives. Maybe there is always not the same person who it's meant to be. We can also make prescriptions to stop the deals when we see that or we somehow know that this transaction is violating sanctions, then we can stop it. If we see a violation, then we can do the disseminations to our authorities, what we do always. We don't keep the information to us. But we are not investigation body. So if we see violation, we give it over, and our internal security service is dealing with this. We can do the prescriptions also when we see that somebody haven't reported to FIU. If you do the transactions with subject of sanctions, you always have to report to FIU. And if we see that you haven't done that, we can do the penalty. And as I mentioned, we are supervisors for the smaller financial institutions and also cryptocurrency regarding the sanctions. So we are looking also at the tools, the compliance framework about sanctions, if the sanction risk assessment is done correctly. So this is also our job. So quite a lot of duties, but they are all related mostly financial sanctions. The one thing we can't forget, the sanction violation is criminal offense in Estonia, and this is predicted crime for money laundering. It means that if we see also that this is going already like money laundering, then we are dealing also with this. It doesn't matter if they are financial sanctions, trade sanctions, or service sanctions.
Thank you very much, Laura. You said it's only on financial sanctions, but when you started describing all the breadth of responsibilities that you have, maybe you can mention something that is outside of the scope of your responsibilities.
Services. We can't say we don't have powers to say that this bookkeeping service, what you are providing to this national, is violating sanctions. This is not our competence. And also trade sanctions like prohibited goods. Is this oil is sold correctly or not? This is not our responsibility.
So mostly sectoral sanctions on trade imports, exports, and prohibited services, such as prohibition to provide IT services to Russia, that's outside of your competence. Thank you very much. And I think while you were speaking, you said about the cooperation sometimes with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is a policymaker usually in the countries. And with that, I would like to move on to Finland. Because in Finland, in 2016, I understand there was a policy decision made that in Finland, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would also be responsible, the national competent authority, for practical implementation of sanctions. Can you please explain how has that worked for you and explain your roles and responsibilities, introduce your national competent authority?
Well, good morning to everybody. In fact, in Finland, MFA has many roles, so to say. We are the policymaker, of course, in sanctions preparations and sanctions decision making, but we are much hands-on on the implementation itself. And in Finland, we have one NCA, which is the MFA, and in fact, it's the sanctions team that is situated in the legal department of the MFA. But it doesn't mean when we have one national competent authority that the other authorities wouldn't be competent. They are, of course, competent on their fields. And in MFA, we have two units. So it's the international law unit where the sanctions team is, and then we have the export control unit also in the MFA, so Export Control Unit is of course responsible for export, so dual-use goods licensing and sanctioned goods licensing when it's related to exports. I see kind of maybe 4 or 5 roles that we have in the MFA. We try to have certain kind of holistic approach to sanctions implementation. First of all, as we see, Russia sanctions are very extensive and very often quite difficult to interpret. So one of the main things that we do in the sanctions team is to interpret Russia sanctions for authorities, for companies, and for citizens when there is a need for interpretation. And of course, in that connection, it's only our opinions and they can be tested in courts. And then, of course, we are dealing with derogations. Most of them are concerning individual sanctions, so we deal with release of assets and then sectoral sanctions. Certain derogations we are dealing with, like derogations related to import, certain specific grounds when it comes to export, like diplomatic, humanitarian, or medical goods. And then one big piece of work during the, let's say, 1.5 years has been Russia exit. So when EU companies are exiting Russia, in certain cases they have to apply for exit derogation. And of course we are doing reporting to the Commission, and with this derogations, and then I would move to another task that we have is the coordination of national cooperation. There we see ourselves as facilitators in addition to coordinators. And since 1993 we've had a working group on sanctions, which at the moment comprises of 25 different organizations in Finland who are implementing sanctions. So it means ministries, agencies, and so on. And under that working group, we have smaller groups. We have so-called task force that is discussing especially sanctions circumvention and sanctions implementation in Finland. We have a working group with business and authorities, and then also financial working group with bank sector, financial supervisors, and so on. So a lot of national cooperation implementation work that we do in the team. Then, of course, we want to facilitate EU cooperation, as we understand. To have successful implementation, we need a lot of cooperation among the EU, but also with third countries. So that is one part of our job. Also, communications and training was mentioned here. We had last summer a training course for officials, and during that course and judging on the applications that came from the people who wanted to have the basic course on sanctions, we understood that we wouldn't have the capacity to train all. So we have made a web-based course open to everybody in Finland to have a so-called introduction to sanctions, where you have very wide possibility to learn about sanctions, and especially on Russia sanctions. In addition to that, we have drafted together with border states and in national cooperation guidance to companies on sanctions prevention and sanctions detection, first of all, sanctions circumvention detection. So there is a lot of work going on. And of course, the communications is one big thing about it. I would say that it takes, how would I say, if you don't understand the sanctions, you cannot implement them and you cannot prevent the sanctions circumvention. So it kind of surprises me every week to see that there are companies who know nothing about sanctions when they are approaching us. So that is one big task that we still have ahead of us, to share the information about sanctions and how they are supposed to be implemented. And well, I would say that we don't have, in addition to reporting, we don't have a supervision or control role that lies on the enforcement authorities, customs, financial supervisory authority, FIU, and so on. And we, of course, don't do any investigations. Did I answer your question?
Absolutely. I think it was very elaborate, and I think it also makes sense. Would you say it makes sense that the authority that is in charge of also promoting sanctions imposition as a policy-making issue. So it makes sense that you also deal with practical implementation. Does that help?
Well, it definitely helps when we are, for example, of course, taking part in the EU meetings, Freeze and Seize task force, high-level meeting, high-level expert group, and so on. When we are dealing on these cases on daily basis, we know what we are talking about and we see where the problem lies. So from that point of view, it's very useful to kind of have and gather the information also from the practical work with companies and citizens and authorities, but also from the national cooperation when you are exchanging information and you know who is doing what and what are their results of the work.
Well, you've sold that mechanism to me. But can you maybe tell me just one follow-up question. How much were your resources increased in terms of manpower, for example, after the war began? Was there any increase dealing with the increased workload?
Well, when the war began, we had one man in the team. Basically, there was 3 positions, but they were not filled at that time. And then in May that year, we had 5 persons. Last year, we had from time to time more, sometimes 9 persons in the team, but now we have only 5 today. Yesterday, we were 6. So if our resources have gone up, I wouldn't say so. But what is going to happen this summer is that we will finally have a sanctions unit in Finland in the MFA, so hopefully there we will have a little bit more resources. It seems like it at least.
Thank you very much. Well, from 1 to 6, it's already 600% increase, so that's also good. We also have a non-EU country on the panel, which has its own sanctions regime, the United Kingdom. And the Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation, OFSI, was established in 2016. Amy, can you please briefly introduce the audience with the roles and responsibilities of OFSI?
Yeah, and thank you very much for having me. So actually, when I joined OFSI, we were implementing EU sanctions. So we have something of a hybrid model, which has come out of when we did implement EU sanctions. So OFSI is part of the Treasury in the UK. So we are responsible only for financial sanctions. Trade sanctions and other types of sanctions are dealt with by other UK government bodies. However, we are sort of quite large and quite mature in the way that we implement the financial sanctions. So the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, the FCDO, are the overall government policy leads for all sanctions, and they take the decisions on which sanctions we have and who is designated. And then it is passed over to OFSI to implement the financial sanctions. So the types of things that we cover, my responsibility is licensing. So we have powers to issue specific licenses, which is under derogation, so similar to the EU model. But we also had, when we left the EU, we created a general licensing power. So we also have that power to issue general licenses, and that's been a very useful tool that we've used a lot, particularly over the past 2 years for the challenges that new sanctions have brought. We do have investigatory powers, so for civil investigations, the National Crime Agency is a government body with police functions, which is responsible for criminal investigations of financial sanctions breaches, and they are criminal in the UK as in the other countries that have spoken. But OFSI will investigate civil breaches and has the power to issue fines for those. The largest fine that we've ever issued was over £20 million, so that can be quite a significant tool. And we also have a more recent tool as well of disclosure notices, which is essentially to publish findings of breaches that have occurred as a way of kind of helping others across industry to learn from those. We do a lot of guidance, as with the other competent authorities that have spoken. So particularly a lot of the same challenges resonated around helping a wide range of industries. So although we sit within Treasury, UK financial sanctions apply to all UK persons, that's people, and also all UK companies, and that includes UK companies that are operating overseas or branches or subsidiaries overseas. So we have quite a wide kind of jurisdictional nexus. So we have to advise. OFSI doesn't issue advice. It's for individuals to ensure they comply with financial sanctions, but we seek to share as much information as we can and to help industry to comply, because ultimately it is their compliance which will help ensure the effectiveness of financial sanctions. We also do a lot of domestic and international engagement. It's really, really very important to us to engage with a wide range of international partners across the EU, the US, and also wider partners as well. And that's because although we do now have autonomous sanctions as well as the United Nations sanctions, the UK does still recognise that sanctions are most effective when implemented multilaterally. So that is a very high government priority for us, and the reason why we spend so much time speaking to international colleagues and sharing best practices. And domestically, we don't have the centralised system that Latvia is introducing, so it's really important for us to work closely with the other government bodies who implement different types of sanctions, to make sure that we are kind of sharing information, sharing intelligence on cases, and also making it as easy as possible for industry to engage with those sanctions as well, because we do recognise some of the challenges that that setup can create. I think just very quickly, an advantage we think it gives in terms of financial sanctions is particular touch points that we've seen with the Russia sanctions is linked to London as a financial centre. So we see a lot of financial sector, financial services, insurance sector and so on operating through London. So we have a really very, very high kind of international nexus through that. And being within Treasury, we kind of have expertise and access to expertise related to some of the more complex sectoral issues that have been mentioned. But certainly, I think it's interesting to hear about the different ways, and I can certainly see kind of advantages and disadvantages of different setups.
Thank you very much, Amy, for introducing also the UK model with OFSI's role in it. Do I understand correctly that sanctions are imposed in the United Kingdom also by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?
That's right, yeah, the FCDO.
Could you briefly describe your cooperation with them?
So physically in London, we sit across the road, so we work very closely with them. Yeah, it's very important. So we look to have a kind of a 360-degree loop in terms of the information that we see through our licensing, our enforcement cases. We make sure we feed back, and that has fed into some designations where we've seen, for example, circumvention that can lead to designations. Equally, when new designations are planned, the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office will work very closely with us in looking at the mitigations. So that's where my team in particular, the specific and general licensing, will work closely to see what the impact, because exactly as Tom mentioned it's the same in the UK, that we don't want the sanctions to hurt local businesses. So yeah, we'll look at those kind of mitigations together. So a very, very important relationship.
Thank you very much. Yeah, certainly I was asking because in all these four interventions while you're presenting, they're very interesting how the roles are delineated between the practical implementation of sanctions and working together with the policymaker who is in charge of the designation and imposition of new sanctions. So there you go. We have in the first part of this discussion introduced three different distinct models with a separate authority established, OFSI, in a country to be in charge of practical implementation of sanctions. We have a policymaker who's in charge of both policy making plus practical implementation, and we have an authority, existing authority with existing mandate in anti-money laundering, countering the terrorist financing, with an added function of sanctions implementation. And last but not least, Latvia, which has learned from all of these experiences and now decided to centralize also this function with the Financial Intelligence Unit. So all of these models apparently work, with distinct ways of how they are implemented. So about different domestic sanctions implementation models, there is probably no one correct way, but everybody can take their own conclusions after this discussion. We're now moving on to the second part of this discussion, which is about derogations and licensing. So derogations from sanctions refer to specific exemptions or exceptions granted under certain circumstances, allowing individuals and entities to engage in activities that would otherwise be prohibited by the sanctions regime. These derogations are typically provided for in the legal framework and are designed to address humanitarian concerns facilitate diplomatic efforts, or serve other specific purposes such as basic needs of designated individuals. Typically, the derogations must be authorized or licensed by the national competent authority, and I think all of the speakers already alluded to, to some extent at least, they have a role in granting these authorizations or licenses for sanctions derogations. I would like to start with Amy. OFSI appears to have a very well-established and advanced practice in terms of licensing activities and/or transactions that would normally be prohibited. And as head of licensing strategy and delivery at OFSI, would you describe how your licensing mechanism works?
Yeah, we're certainly very busy with licensing. We have the kind of international organisations that I mentioned in terms of London's kind of international role across a number of industries. We also have a number of high net worth individuals or oligarchs who either lived in the UK or continue to live in the UK, and all of their activities have to be licensed where there is a UK nexus. So this is a major thing for us. In terms of licensing, I mentioned there's two broad types. So our specific licensing is more comparable to the EU. We have a lot of the similar derogations, but we have also introduced a number of new derogations after we left the EU, including, for example, extraordinary situations. And we issue guidance on how we apply those different derogations. It is worth saying as well, though, that the legislation states that Treasury may issue a licence. So even where a derogation's purposes are met, we're not compelled to issue a licence, and that's where we'll look at the purposes of the regime and whether issuing that licence actually supports those purposes or whether it risks undermining them. And we do reject licenses even where we could license them if we don't consider that it would be appropriate or in support of the specific regimes. And that applies not just for Russia, but for all of the financial sanctions regimes we implement. General licensing, we have found a very useful tool, so we don't require a derogation for general licensing. This is just where Treasury considers it appropriate to issue a licence. We have a little more policy flexibility there to issue licenses, but also because of that flexibility, there's an even higher threshold for us considering that a licence is appropriate. These are always made public, so you can find all of our general licenses on OFSI's website, and essentially it's for industry stakeholders to read those and to make their own judgment as to whether the conditions apply. And if they consider they do, then they can act under that general license and they can report that usage to OFSI. Just very brief examples has been to allow wind down of activity when new sanctions are implemented, insolvencies, administrative fees, those kind of things, but they certainly have been a useful tool for us. In terms of the specific cases, people apply for those, so they submit application forms, and my team assesses those, works with lawyers, and we actually recently published a blog which gives a little bit more of an outline as to kind of what happens behind the scenes. It can be a very complex process of going back and forth with the applicant to gather further information and put forward our recommendations to decision makers, which can include our ministers. For general licenses, they can't be applied for. They come about where we learn perhaps from stakeholder bodies or from other parts of government, for example, that there's a need for a specific general license, and then we will work with the relevant stakeholders to draw that up. But we do also see licensing not just standalone, but it also works closely with the other parts of OFSI, particularly enforcement, to make sure that we look at the reporting we get back from licenses we've issued, and we keep that kind of full life cycle under review to minimise any circumvention or enforcement risks.
Thank you very much. As I said when posing the question that you appear to have a very well-established practice, I think it certainly proves true. And I'm happy to brag that, as already Tom said in his opening speech, that this week we'll have an opportunity to learn from the best practices of OFSI colleagues before we take on the new responsibilities as the Financial Intelligence Unit. We have guests from OFSI visiting Riga to learn these practices. And thanks once again to you for that and to the United Kingdom's Embassy in Latvia. Just one follow-up question to get it more interesting. we've heard all the stories, we've read the stories about certain Russian oligarchs who are currently under sanctions, and they're complaining that they can't use their private chauffeurs anymore, they have to use the London Tube. Would you mind sharing specific case studies where designated persons disagreed with your decisions and maybe any interesting court cases?
Yeah, thank you. This is always the interesting bit, as you say, although also a part that causes us obviously some stress. But we're very pleased to say the first court case that was brought against OFSI under the Russia sanctions was by the designated person Mikhail Fridman back in October 2023, and we did win that case. The court supported all of OFSI's findings, and we have a blog about that on our website. And as with other UK court judgments, the actual judgment itself can be found online and read, so that's an interesting read if you'd like to find that. The areas that we looked at, exactly as you mentioned, were around kind of the basic needs. So the personal staff of the designated individual, which is, you know, housekeepers, drivers, gardeners. It's very interesting reading about some of these lifestyles, which we refused. We didn't consider that to be appropriate for licensing. There was also a technical point around prior obligations. So, as a lot of you will know, designated persons don't work like the rest of us, where they have their own bank account. They set up various companies, under shell companies, multi-jurisdictional organisations, and they can have different directors. So in this case, we had a different company that was set up essentially to run the house, and that had a sole director who was herself a designated person. So we refused. We considered that didn't come under prior obligations, and the court supported that. But a couple of key findings for us. One was that the court agreed with OFSI that the onus is on the applicants to provide all the relevant information, which was important for us just from a practical sense. We deal with really large numbers of applications, and we can't go chasing every piece of information. We have to put the onus on applicants. And the court also agreed with OFSI's interpretation that a review is not a rolling review. So OFSI takes its decision on the basis of the information that's available to it at the time of that decision. What the challenger, the oligarch, tried to do in this case was to submit new information afterwards and have that reviewed. But the court agreed that it couldn't work like that, and a new application would have to be made. So I'm sure that will be the first. I'm sure we'll have other challenges as well, but we hope that through our kind of robust guidance, robust mechanisms that we have in the way we assess our cases, we hope to be able to defend any challenges going forward too.
Thank you, Amy. Now let's move to the EU jurisdictions, and EU regulations also provide for many derogations where the national competent authority may grant them under the conditions that they deem necessary. Pia, let's start with Finland. So if a person would like to apply for a derogation, would they apply to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? If yes, how many of requests do you usually get, and how the process works in general?
Well, as I said, in the MFA you have two units that are basically dealing with derogations. So we have the export control unit, where you have dual use licensing and sanctions goods when it's related to export. That's where you should file your application on export. And then in our sanctions team in the international law unit, we are dealing with financial sector derogations, so individual sanctions derogations, but also sectoral sanctions derogations when it's relating to, like I said, companies' Russia exits, import cases, and certain export cases, like when it's diplomatic, humanitarian, or medical grounds for the export. Then it's us, and I would say that the handling of the application is done by a team of lawyers and in good cooperation with other national authorities. So we are using the expertise of other authorities in that, asking their opinions and for information, which is very valuable when you are making the decisions on derogations. And I have to say that we don't have any general licensing. We are studying every application and making the decision based on the facts and on the regulations. And for the time being, I don't see that we will go into any kind of general licensing in general. Then maybe, then of course, when we are making official legal decisions on derogations, they are also can be appealed to the administrative court. So it's the normal procedure when an authority is a licensing authority. Maybe about the court cases. Court cases we don't have on the, let's say, on the derogations, but we have about 30 court cases related to ownership and control, and those cases are related to freezing decisions done by the National Enforcement Authority in Finland. And MFA is very much related to these cases because in Finland, whenever there is a new sanctions regulations, it's the MFA that is asking the National Enforcement Authority to enforce the regulation or the amendment. So when these cases or the freezings done by the National Enforcement Authority are taken to court, we are there together with the National Enforcement Authority to respond to the appeals. So it's basically a couple of lawyers from our unit participating in the court cases. By so far, we have won some of the cases, but they are going further to the Court of Appeal, and one case is already in the Supreme Court. So all the work is continuing on that field. And maybe one thing to mention in relation to derogations and especially in sanctions implementation relating to sectoral sanctions and import and export is that whenever there is a situation where a company doesn't know if a piece of goods is under sanctions or not, so it's our export control unit specialists that will determine if goods are under sanctions or not, and we see that there is definitely need for this kind of service also, and for one authority to determine if goods are under sanctions or not.
So it also certainly sounds like a very well-developed system already, and certainly best of luck with your case in the Supreme Court. We hope you will win. Maybe one follow-up question. Do your national courts use the opportunity to ask the Court of Justice of the EU for interpretation in these matters through preliminary reference?
As far as I know, that hasn't happened yet, but we have been discussing if there would be a case.
All right. Thank you very much. So, because the European Commission always says, and we'll have a discussion with the European Commission today later as well, that their guidelines are not binding, and the only authoritative institution that could provide guidance is the Court of Justice. So I think preliminary reference procedures by national courts asking the European Court what to do would certainly come in hand. Moving on to Estonia. Laura, you also said that for financial sanctions you can apply for derogations. How does that process work in Estonia, and does it take a lot of your work?
Firstly, we have had case when our court asked opinion from a European court, but it ended such way that this designated person didn't want anymore. So he took the application back. So it ended quite quickly. But regarding derogations, yes, FIU is the competent authority to give the derogations for the financial sanctions, and we have separated two derogations, humanitarian and the other ones. Humanitarians are most important, they are 10 days, quickly done, and but we haven't had anyone. So nobody haven't used, but we have a lot of other derogations. We have 2 sanctioned entities in our country. We don't have persons, designated persons who lives in Estonia. Somehow they don't want to live in Estonia, and they don't have assets, personal assets there. But what we have decided that basic needs, we are looking derogation widely. Other derogations are quite narrow they can be. We have given general licensing, and thank you for Latvia. Thank you, Kristaps, I learned from you. So we have these 2 companies for the basic needs, general license, when we have point out 7 or 9 bullets, when the banks can unfreeze the assets and make the transactions. Of course, we have control over that. The financial institutions are reporting every month what they have done, what kind of transaction have they been done. So we are always looking. if that we have given derogation for the selling the goods, high-risk chemicals then we always look if the money comes or not coming. And we already have had quite a discussions, where is the money now? But what we have disagreed, nobody challenged us yet, but what we have disagreed is also this kind of common sense. When the company wanted to pay the bonuses for the employees, then we said that this is not okay. And we didn't allow these kind. Of course, salaries, previous contracts, this is allowed. We need this company maintain these high-risk chemicals. So these basic needs is always, if we can give, we always give. But it's quite hard, and but this may be the challenge is right now these two companies are all, we see that they're winding down. The high-risk chemicals already sold. How long you're gonna operate? How long you're gonna pay these big salaries to your board members and so on? But how you can go and say how much this person should earn? Who are the FIU to say how much this person have done monthly work to get this kind of salaries? So this is a little bit challenging, and I know that there have been challenges regarding the payments for the lawyers, for the this kind of helping. Is it a normal amount or is it too high? So I would say that if you want to know some challenges, they are coming.
Absolutely, we try to be ready for that, and I believe Toms will tell us about it right now. For those of you who not know, Laura was saying thank you to Kristaps. That means Kristaps Markovskis from the Central Bank of Latvia, who up until now had been in charge of issuing licenses for financial derogations, currently being taken over also by the FIU. And then Toms, please tell us about how Latvia's model for derogations has worked until now, and how it's going to be, maybe focusing on how it's going to be as of the 1st of April.
Thank you, Paulis. Latvia's model for licensing so far has been Kristaps. Only Kristaps is the model so far, and thank him and his colleagues for it. They did it on somewhat an initiative rather than a necessity. The Latvian legislation, as many countries in the EU, wasn't very clear on this. And this was one of the main triggers for centralizing the sanctions implementation matters, because there was nobody, there still is nobody until a few days, there is nobody in charge for derogations and licenses, etc. So it was only financial sanctions, it was only the central bank and the institutions that fall under the supervision of central bank, and it was purely their own initiative. As of 1st of April, it's going to be the FIU. When we drafted the law together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we wanted the regulation to be as broad as possible, leave it open, so to say. So if the regulations, relevant regulations, reference an NCA, that's going to be the FIU. So we're going to try to interpret as widely as possible, just to help everybody more and not to have blank spaces left as it was so far. In terms of how the licensing regime will work, we're going to do everything. That's the easiest way to put it, apart from few things. Those things will be humanitarian exceptions, crises, civil aviation or maritime crises. So strategic goods also will stay as it is in Finland under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And last thing that we're not going to do is make political decisions. One of the red lines, as me and Paulis defined it when taking on these functions, is that the FIU has to stay completely autonomous and apolitical. Sanctions being somewhat political, by somewhat I mean very political instrument, we had to understand where to draw the line, and the line is where, as we've defined it, if the decision deemed by the FIU is a decision of national security, that is escalated to the highest political body, which is the government in Latvia, the Cabinet of Ministers, and based on FIU's analysis, assessment, and recommendation, they will make the final political decision. the law doesn't define what's national security. It will be defined by the FIU. But everything else, you can easily come to the FIU. When it comes to general licenses and how it will actually work in practice, it is very difficult to measure and set clear KPIs at this point of time because each country is very different. UK, for example, they have very different risk profile when it comes to sanctions. It's much more financial sanctions, and it's probably much more interesting stuff when you have to decide whether this is basic needs or it is not. We have had these discussions with Kristaps already. The only experience that Latvia had with basic needs so far was the ones defined in criminal procedure law, and that is a list of things that cannot be confiscated, and it's as basic as pair of pants, a suit, cutlery, 2 male and female animals of the same breed, and that's about it. So it's probably a bit different when it comes to oligarchs, but we don't have the same exposure as the UK does, and we have much more exposure on sectoral sanctions or trade sanctions, Russia and Belarus being next to us, and seeing how many inquiries and applications there will be, we'll decide whether we need general licenses or we will look at them one by one, and we'll precise and develop the mechanism as we go.
Yeah, thank you, Toms, and we are certainly ready for different scenarios in Latvia and also ready that our decisions will be challenged in courts. There is a specific procedure. We have onboarded lawyers with knowledge in administrative procedure law to be sure that our decisions are well defended in courts as well. So with this, I'd like to finalize the second part of the discussion, which is on derogations and licensing. For some, maybe it might seem very technical, but for sanctions professionals, I was even requested by some people working in financial institutions to include this debate on derogations and licensing, as it is extremely practical and makes sure that sanctions legal framework is not abused. And apparently different NCAs, again, in the United Kingdom, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, are thinking about how to do this in the most correct way and, while at the same time, protecting the human rights. The last part of the discussion is about the sanctions implementation by the private sector. With the imposition of unprecedented Russia-related sanctions by the EU, I think we all finally understood that what it means practically that everybody must comply with sanctions because they are so close to us right now. It's not just financial institutions that must implement and comply with sanctions, but everybody, especially in the countries bordering Russia and Belarus, such as Finland, such as Estonia and Latvia. Implementation of sanctions has become much more real and tangible. That's why in this part of the discussion, I would like to speak about the role of the national competent authorities in supporting the private sector in implementing sanctions. And a couple of issues have already been brought up by various speakers today about outreach, about giving guidance, about freezing of assets. So I don't have a questions to each of you separately, and please, whoever wants to go first, go ahead. What role should the national competent authority, or what role does your national competent authority have in helping the private sector to make sure that they're implementing sanctions correctly, and maybe what sort of elements should you have to enforce if they don't do it correctly? Anybody wants to go first? Laura, please.
I can start, yes. These trainings, guidances, this is normal. We all do that, I think, all the countries. But I would say that what I was mentioning in the beginning, what is different in Estonia is really to help identify false positives. You can, if you have suspicious, you haven't identified, but if you have suspicious that, I'm sorry, Viktor Ivanov, that this person is designated person, you don't have date of birth, you don't have address, you don't have anything, then you can turn to FIU and ask, what should I do? Should I freeze or not? So I would say that this is majority support what the private sector actually is waiting to get the answer, can I do it or can I not do it? And it's not, I think, related only to the financial sanctions, but it's related about the goods, trades, and so on. If you're looking on usual businessman, normal, not the big companies, I don't talk, how much they know about these kind of regulations or updates, or how they can assess is this good or not. I really understand the difficulty to understand complex structures, who are the owners, who are the beneficiaries, how to identify, how to do this kind of due diligence at all. But of course, we cannot take as authorities all the responsibility for us, because actually this businessman should know his partner most. And they have all the documentation, all the information. They know how the goods are moving, who is the logistic company, who is ship who is providing. And this kind of detail still stays in the private sector. And that's why maybe sometimes the private sector is feeling that the authorities don't want to help. But actually you have the best tools. But authorities should be there to help identify these kind of cases.
Thank you, Laura. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I can continue. I would distinguish kind of the enforcement authorities' role, kind of the controlling, monitoring part, and then the MFA role, how I see it. Of course, in Finland, custom is the main body controlling export and import operations, and they have now more than 700 investigations on sanctions violations and sanctions circumvention in Finland. Then FIU, of course, is monitoring the money flows, and they have more than 2,000 STRs from last year related to sanctions and sanction circumvention. And of course, Financial Monitoring Supervisory Authority is the one supervising the banks, so they have a very big role in the money flow control from that point of view. Then the MFA role I see very much as supporting role for the private sector. What was already mentioned many times is the trainings and information sharing and so on, but also to have the dialogue with the companies. And what we are going to do next is to go to different cities in Finland with a bunch of authorities to talk to the companies and talk about the sanctions, the risks and so on, and especially on sanctions circumvention and evasion. So yeah, dialogue with companies and outreach to companies, I see the main thing.
Thank you very much, Pia. And Amy?
Yeah, very similar for us. So it is an important part of the UK system to say that it's for companies to ensure they comply with sanctions. So we can't offer the advice. We have drastically increased our resourcing of our guidance, and in a number of areas we're issuing kind of more alerts. So back in December, with the National Crime Agency and a few other government bodies, we issued a red alert around red flags for particular financial institution risks around particular types of items. We also have done similar for the art sector, where we've seen risks around circumvention of art storage. So we do try to share information around circumvention in areas where we see risks, but what we would expect for compliance from a multinational bank would be very different to what we would expect from a retail shop at the end of my high street. So for that reason, we can never kind of specify what we expect from industry, but we do have really regular engagement with a number of different industry organisations, partnerships, so that we can make sure we hear what they need and then look to respond with guidance and kind of alerts around circumvention techniques that we see.
Thank you. And Thomas, do you have anything to comment on this?
Yes, I do.
Please.
We're going to try to do the same. Being an FIU, it's a very difficult task, to be honest, because intelligence part of the FIU has to remain somewhat secretive. Not to try to tell everything you know to all the businesses, but the sanctions wing has to be very different and outreach-oriented. So what we're already doing, as you know, Paulis, we're first thing is talking to businesses, asking what they need, how can we help, how can we reach all the businesses, especially the non-designated ones. Not designated by the AML standards, but that fall under sanctions, and developing a very user-friendly, separate sanctions website where anybody can easily access the list of documents to be submitted, and interaction with the FIU will be very, very smooth. That's what we'll try to do, but I wanted to finish up with something negative, as I like to do. seeing that sanctions packages involve more and more services, and services that are not designated by the AML standards, such as the financial institutions or DNFBPs, it's a very, very difficult task that's ahead of national competent authorities for sanctions, because as of right now, those who follow FATF, you know that IO3 and IO4, the ones that deal with private and public sector, were now updated, taking away DNFBPs, the non-financial sectors, from the financial sectors, so that financial sectors can now get the better ratings that they well deserve, but will always brought down by the non-financial sectors. And here we're talking about sectors that probably don't even know that they have to comply with sanctions, and we have to catch them, explain them, and maybe find them sometimes. So it's a very difficult task, but I hope together we will be able to deal with them.
Thank you very much, Toms. And I think a common strength that went through all of the responses is that the national competent authority should be going forward and outreaching to the private sector to explain the responsibilities and the obligations that the private sector has to comply with sanctions. We will talk more about cooperation between the private and public sector in the third panel today. And sometimes when the private sector intentionally violates sanctions, breaches sanctions, and helps Russia, in most of the countries, and soon in all the EU, it will be finally a criminal violation with a potential imprisonment for that. And that will be a topic of our second panel today about the enforcement of sanctions. Unfortunately, we don't have time for audience questions because there is a coffee break and people want to have a coffee, and I don't want to keep you anymore. But we have one good Slido question, and it will be yes or no. The question is, should European Union have a centralized sanctions implementation authority, such as OFSI in the United Kingdom, such as very well-known OFAC in the United States? Should the European Union have it or not? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
Not sure.
I don't think it's for me to say.
Okay, very diplomatic from the United Kingdom. Everybody, please, you can ask question to Laura why not sure during the coffee break, myself included. I vote for yes as well, if anybody asked. Nobody didn't. In Latvia, yes, we have sanctions, Sanctions Central Implementation Authority.
No, we need an EU authority in Latvia.
Absolutely agree, because we didn't get AMLA. Anybody from Frankfurt here? All right. Thank you very much for your attention, everybody. We're now going to have a coffee break of 30 minutes. Let's reconvene back at 11:30, and people online, 11:30, we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We should start back again because we won't have enough time for all the conversations. All right, everybody has taken their seats and we move on to the next part of this conference after the coffee break. I hope everybody that has joined us online is also back from the coffee break. Our next conversation will be on the topic of the role of research in making sanctions work. And now the last guests have joined us back. Thank you. Now there's complete silence. So our next conversation is the role of research in making sanctions work. And I would like to invite to the stage back again Mr. Tom Keatinge, who will be interviewed by Dr. Kinga Rydlowska, Head of Center for Financial Crime and Security Studies at Royal United Services Institute, Europe. Please welcome.
Thank you, Paulis. Welcome, everyone. We will talk now about the role of research in making sanctions work, and I'm going to grill Tom today to ask about his experiences in research and make it as effective as possible for sanctions implementation and other financial crime issues. So, Tom, before founding the Center for Financial Crime and Security Studies at RUSI, you were an investment banker. And how would you describe these two words? Are there any synergies, or would you rather say the bankers are from Mars and the researchers are from Venus?
Well, the first thing I have to say is that this is the most nervous I've been for a long time, because this working with Kinga can be quite harrowing. But anyway, I'm going to try my best. I think the way I would summarize it is, as an investment banker, I learned something very important, which was to shoot first and ask questions later. In the research world, I tend to find that we ask lots of questions and we're a bit slow to shoot. So I make no apologies for the way in which I approach policymakers sometimes, which is to shoot first and ask questions later and not to become a full-scale researcher.
You founded CFCS in 2014, just after the full-scale invasion of the first invasion of Russia in Crimea. So, can you please tell us, how did your work on sanctions look back then?
Well, if you go back to that time, what was everyone obsessed about? I'm afraid they weren't obsessed about Russia's annexation of Crimea and invasion of the Donbass region. They were obsessed about the fourth round of the FATF evaluations, or the fifth round if you were friends from Moneyval. And so our work really focused on the technical stuff. What's going on with AML? What's going on with these new immediate outcomes that nobody really understood and were beginning to get their arms around? So really, to start with, our research was very much driven by the FATF agenda.
And in the years that followed, you and our colleagues at CFCS looked into other sanctions regimes. Can you please tell us a bit more about this work?
Yeah, so although we followed, of course, what was going on and was very sadly forgotten very quickly in the EU and elsewhere on sanctions related to Russia, again, back to our driving, our inspirational force, the Financial Action Task Force. So there we were looking at UN Security Council related sanctions. So in particular, sanctions on the North Korea, the DPRK, and the whole question of proliferation finance, which again, at that time was a new departure for the FATF to engage with. So really we were looking beyond Russia, over Russia, and we were thinking about what's happening with North Korea, and then how are those sanctions being implemented around the world.
And what is the scope of work of you and our team in terms of CPF?
So I think, again, looking at what the recommendations say, so, recommendation 7, immediate outcome 11, that we have a former colleague here with us, Emil Dahl, and, we used to go to places like Ethiopia or Malaysia, places that were really struggling to figure out how to implement these sanctions on North Korea, and whose shortcomings were being revealed by their FATF mutual evaluations. See me afterwards if all this is total jargon. And really trying to help them understand how to structure themselves, what laws they needed to change, and how they needed to staff themselves, both in the public sector and the private sector, to achieve the holy grail, compliance from an FATF perspective, and substantial effectiveness.
Let's zoom into 2022 and the Russian full-scale invasion. The EU imposed unprecedented set of sanctions. What was the first response from you and our colleagues at CFCS?
So I think that the thing which was very clear to us, and unfortunately it was clear to us in late 2021, was that if sanctions are going to happen, then this was going to be very different. And it had to be very different. We had to make sure we learned the lessons of the post-2014 era. As I do not tire of saying, when Ursula von der Leyen was in Kyiv, I think back in November, she made the point that we cannot make the same mistake as we made after 2014, which is essentially to take our eye off the ball, to use a sporting metaphor. And so it was also clear to us that whereas sanctions prior to that, particularly in Europe, sanctions had been a messaging tool. It had been something for ministries of foreign affairs to stand up and say, we disapprove of what you're doing, here's a sanction. This needed to be about action. And so the way we focused on this was how can we facilitate and catalyze action in places that are not familiar with taking action on sanctions.
And then we established SIFMANET, Sanctions and Illicit Finance Monitoring and Analysis Network. What did the work for this project look like in the first year?
Well, back to our ambition, which was to catalyze action, you know, I like to think that we are world dominating, but sadly not quite as dominating as I would like. So we needed partners, we needed friends, and so the whole point of the network was to create a network across European Union member states, and it's great that a number of partners are here with us today, from PISM in Poland, from PSSI in Prague, obviously our friends from LIIA here in Latvia, and newer members of the network, like from Klingendahl in the Netherlands. And so what we wanted to do was to work together with them to, and this sounds a bit arrogant, but to empower them to think about sanctions and think about the implementation of sanctions. And the reason I say this is because actually, if you use the Internet Wayback Machine and you go and you sort of Google Europe and sanctions from 2021, I defy you to find many hits that say anything other than perhaps Tom Keating, if you're lucky, but Clara Portela and Erica Moret. I just throw out those names. It was a very, very small community. So what we wanted to do was to basically transfer ideas and thinking so that we could foster a community of sanctions researchers across the EU.
And where are we with the work of CFCS and SIFMANET on sanctions in 2024?
Well, the network has grown. We've been active in visiting countries, reviewing how they're getting on, in some cases going back to countries for a second time to see how things are progressing. That's why this visit is particularly interesting. But I think now we're moving beyond that and we're thinking about, well, what are the critical elements? I'm not sure if it was me that came up with the title of the conference. I'm going to say it is because I've got the microphone. But what are the critical elements we need to have in order to make sanctions work? Because whilst they have the capacity to work and they are in part working, actually we're not where we need to be. And as Vlad rightly pointed out this morning, there are some critical things we need to do. And so what we want to do from our position as a think tank with our partners in the network is to remind policymakers sanctions must work.
Okay, let's delve into this. The situation on the military front is alarming. What does it mean for sanctions practitioners?
Well, you heard from Vlad this morning. There are some things we're doing which are having an impact on the procurement and the resourcing of the Russian military, but there's way more we need to do because clearly we're not doing enough. Technology is getting through, circumvention continues. So I think what we need to be doing as researchers is bringing forward the evidence to remind policymakers that this is not over. This is a constant struggle that we face. It's an economic war that we are in, And you cannot relax. You cannot think that's done, we'll move on to something else. However tempting it might be for political leaders and policymakers to do that, we need to maintain the pressure. We're a long way from the finish line when it comes to sanctions. So there's way more we need to do. And as researchers, it's up to us to gather the information, to work with journalists. We're working on a project at the moment, for example, with the OCCRP, analyzing their reporting to see what policy lessons can we draw from that. So this is the kind of work we need to be doing and we need to continue doing.
Tom, so far SIFMANET has visited more than 10 EU member states. Is there any trip you recall in particular?
Well, we are always very grateful for the willingness of, the way I picture it is, it's, I say, look, country, public sector, private sector, lie on the couch. Let's have a conversation about your problems and your worries. How did your parents treat you when you were a child? That kind of thing. And people are very honest about the challenges they face. And I would like to, in particular, call out with respect those from Sweden, who, when we visited Sweden, lots of energy, but maybe kind of a could do better. And I have to say that I was slightly nervous when I had an email from the embassy of Sweden in London. Tom, there's a delegation coming from Stockholm to speak to you. I thought, SH1T, this is not positive. However, the positive attitude with which that conversation unrolled in RUSI was really refreshing, because ultimately what we want to do is to find ways of helping countries to implement sanctions more effectively. And so any country that wants help in implementing sanctions more effectively is welcome to visit RUSI and is welcome to invite us.
Thank you. And you recently revisited the Czech Republic. We were in Prague in November 2022, and you went there again last month. Was this second visit any different?
Yeah, it was clearly a lot of energy. I mean, I think one of the things that was interesting, and I have to say this because there are representatives from the British government in the audience, but it is interesting how, and I mean this genuinely, and I said it on the record to a committee in Parliament in the UK recently, one of the few places where you do not sense Brexit is on the sanctions topic, right? We are all on the same page. We're all on the same page, and I was struck by the event was kindly organised by Boris from PSSI, who is here, but it was hosted by the British ambassador in the Czech Republic. And you really do sense that there is collaboration on the sanctions topic. Not that I didn't sense collaboration when we were there originally, but there was a maturity to the conversation which perhaps there hadn't been 2 years before. The other thing which was reassuring was that the people that were in the room were primarily the same people that were in the room last time around. So again, there is a longevity of expertise building up.
And we are increasingly reaching out to the third countries. And in November, we visited Tbilisi. Can you please tell us how was this deployment different from the ones we had in the EU?
Well, until I had dinner at the British ambassador's residence last night, I said the food in Georgia was the best of any deployment we've been on. But seriously, I think the interesting thing there is here you are in a country which does not implement EU laws, right? It's Georgia. It's not in the EU yet. And so what was fascinating was having conversations with people who really generally wanted to do the right thing. They wanted to respond to Russia's aggression in Ukraine, wanted to restrict the resourcing of the Russian military, but at the same time faced the challenge of not necessarily having the legislation in place to do this. So I think the conversations we had revolved very much around how can the financial system there, which of course is nervous about the long arm of the United States, is nervous about its access to markets in the EU and the UK, how can we energize the financial sector to do the right thing when it comes to sanctions? And I can tell you about my amusing experience on Georgian TV another time.
So the easiest question, what value do you see in research? How can it make sanctions be more effective?
Well, there was a policymaker said to me, you know, my life's a nightmare at the moment. I'm designing sanctions on a Saturday night while my family is at home. And I think one of the things that we've been able to do is to, in a way, think 1 or 2 steps ahead of where the policymakers have to be. The policymakers are fighting fires. They're still fighting fires to some extent. And I think our job is to, if you like, roll out the pitch in front of them so that when they lift their heads and say the current crisis is averted, suddenly there is a beautifully laid out lawn for them to follow. And support from the likes of us and other researchers in the network, investigative journalists who can say, okay, now you need to look at this next file because here it is, we've helped prepare it.
This year we are celebrating our 10th anniversary, and it's a kind of a pretext for us to look back into what we've done, but also into the future. So what future do you see for CFCS in terms of our sanctions work?
There is no doubt, and I believed this for a long time, but the world has finally caught up with me, unfortunately. There is no doubt that finance is central to international security, to global security, whether it's discussions about economic security, whether it's thinking about the financial dimension of state threats. The bottom line is we better understand the way finance and security intersect. So yes, combating financial crime is important, but let's think more strategically about the role of finance in international security.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kinga.
Thank you both, Tom and Kinga. This was a one-on-one conversation about the role of research to make international sanctions work, and it perfectly puts us and prepares us for the next one-on-one conversation with somebody from Kyiv School of Economics, which I think Tom said today in the morning should be put in charge of setting up sanctions policy in the European Union. And we have a representative from Kyiv School of Economics, who is a senior economist there, Mr. Benjamin Hilgenstock, who will be interviewed by Gonzalo Saiz, research analyst at Center for Financial Crime and Security Studies at RUSI. Please both welcome to the stage.
Hello everyone, good to see you, and I'm delighted to be joined by Ben today because, as Paulis was echoing, the KSC received high praise throughout this morning, and I think it's good that we have the opportunity to shed some light into some of your findings. I think Tom's really introduced today's conference really accurately with the major operational contributions in terms of findings that these discussions are addressing. So, Ben, I think it'd be useful to also take a step back and address the wider context of sanctions against Russia. And Vlasiuk was making really valid and inspirational points about how sanctions are being felt on the front line and in terms of a shortage of essential components in Shahid drones. So I'm guessing my first question is along those lines, and to get your take on, after 2 years since Russia launched the full-scale invasion in Ukraine, 13 packages that the EU rolled out, and great international efforts, where are we standing right now? What have we accomplished in terms of sanctions?
Yeah, so first of all, let me say that I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here. I'm also excited and slightly panicked about the idea of driving EU sanctions policy. So I think it's important to recognize the impact of sanctions. And it is important because there is a false and a quite dangerous narrative in the public debate right now. There were lots of articles in the media around the second anniversary of the full-scale invasion that were basically coming to very dire conclusions when it comes to sanctions. And I think they're false, and I think they're undermining our joint effort to stop Russian aggression. So the point that I want to make is that sanctions, especially in the energy sphere, have fundamentally changed the macro environment for Russia. Having or not having access to $200 million, which is the difference between the 2022 and 23 trade balance surplus, makes a huge difference. It's 200% of Russia's military budget this year. So we can imagine what would happen to Russia's war-making ability if it suddenly had access to this additional money. Having or not having access to 300 billion in sovereign reserves makes a huge difference for Russia's ability to manage the economy in this time of war and sanctions. Now, it is fair to say that we've clearly not achieved our ultimate objective, which is to bring this war to an end, but it's also false to say that sanctions have failed. And to an extent, that also has to do with unrealistic expectations. Sanctions by themselves are not going to end this war, but without economic sanctions on Russia, our strategy of military and financial support to Ukraine will also likely not succeed. That's maybe how I would phrase this in broader terms.
That's some good reminders into why are we making this effort in terms of sanctions. So I think also to contextualize this discussion within this conference, we are following a discussion on the different implementation models out there, and maybe seeking to take some inspiration to improve on our frameworks. And certainly FIU Latvia is quite a leading figure in this front, seeking to engage in these necessary reforms. But I'm guessing these discussions are also taking place in 2024. So are we too late in engaging in these discussions? You're saying that we haven't really managed to bring the war to an end. So could we have done better since the beginning?
Could we have done better? Yes, of course. But I think, to be fair, that is almost always the answer when you talk about unprecedented measures such as these. And is it too late? Absolutely not. But let me talk about the could we have done more part. It is true that, for instance, in the sphere of energy, which, as we've heard, is Russia's most important source of revenues, both externally and for the budget, sanctions really did not come into place truly until late 2022, when the EU embargo on Russian crude came into effect, when the oil price cap was imposed. And that means, in 2022, with volumes largely unaffected and with global energy prices soaring, it was essentially raining foreign currency for Russia. And that made economic management a very comfortable thing to do. And in such a situation, for instance, if you're the central bank, you can simultaneously address monetary stability and financial stability. You can stabilize the exchange rate, you can fight inflation, you can provide sufficient liquidity to banks to loan to the private sector and keep the economy going. All that is very different in the situation that Russia is now in, that I outlined before. It is, I think, also fair to say that our adjustment is rather slow. Vlad made this point earlier about our pace versus the one of an authoritarian or fascist dictatorship, however you want to phrase it. And he gave a good example. It took quite a while to change the narrative, for instance, on the oil price cap or on the effectiveness of export controls. That is sometimes a frustrating exercise. It comes with the territory when you talk about sanctions in a 27-country union like the EU, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't aspire to be more forceful and faster going forward.
Indeed, we were highlighting those words to take more decisive action and be swifter in the measures that we're undertaking. So I guess we're preceding the discussion on enforcement, so maybe we can spice a bit what that will bring. So let me get your initial thoughts on how you assess the level of enforcement action taken right now in the context of Russia sanctions. Are we doing enough? Is it engaging in a successful deterrence campaign to combat and counter circumvention? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I don't think it will come to a surprise to anyone that some of our enforcement is facing challenges, to put it mildly. And let me focus on two key issues that dominates really our work at KC Institute. The first one is the oil price cap, right? So if we look at the fourth quarter of last year, we see that basically all Russian crude oil was sold above the $60 per barrel threshold. At the same time, G7 EU maritime service providers were involved in almost a third of the shipments in volume terms. And that means something isn't working quite as it should in terms of enforcement. And that has real-life implications. For instance, it means that Russia benefits from changes in global prices, which it wouldn't if the price cap were 100% enforced. But to give you a number there, the change in the price of oil between January and February basically generated almost $500 million in additional export earnings for Russia. And those are the real-life implications of our, well, let me put it bluntly, failures to properly enforce the oil price cap. The other issue is export controls and dual-use goods. So we found that in 2023, Russia imported basically $12.5 billion in the goods that have been identified on the common high priority list, or also known as battlefield goods. That's just 2% less or so than in the pre-full-scale invasion period, at least in value terms. And importantly, around 40% of these items come from our own companies. so producers of microelectronics and associated items that are headquartered in the sanctions coalition. These are two clear challenges that we're facing in terms of enforcement, and there are some improvements underway. I think it's fair to point that out. The jury is still out in terms of how effective they're going to be. Changes to the attestation regime when it comes to the oil price cap. The US and the EU have both started sanctioning intermediaries in the trade with dual-use goods. That could have an effect. It could drive up the price that Russia is paying to have continued access to these items, but the jury is still out, and we do still see here that we're sitting here 2 years into this unfortunate episode. There are still challenges that we need to address.
And in mitigating those challenges, we often see higher praise to the performance of the financial sector that has a longer running track record implementing sanctions, but not so much in non-financial businesses, the different manufacturers and exporters and the different economic operators in the EU. So what lessons can the non-financial sector extract from financial institutions to better implement sanctions and achieve a more robust regime?
Yes, so I want to start by saying that this question of corporate responsibility is really key. The number of transactions that we're talking about is very, very large. And we really believe that if these producers are not able or willing, we can discuss which one of the two it is, to properly control their supply chains and distributions networks, it will be very difficult for public sector authorities to trace these shipments, and which is what ultimately the goal is, to stop them before they reach Russia and not to establish the fact otherwise that they did so. And it's interesting and important that you mentioned the financial industry, because the financial industry has demonstrated over the course of the last 20 years, so to speak, that it is possible to trace financial flows through rather complex networks. It hasn't necessarily done so almost entirely voluntarily. This is a 20-year period of more and more regulation, but also of very public and very painful monetary penalties that were enforced on banks. That has an effect on their behavior, and it incentivizes them to invest in internal compliance procedures. Ultimately, for a business, this is a relatively straightforward calculation, which takes into account, well, one, the financial benefit of continuing the trade, the cost of the compliance effort itself, the risk of discovery, and the financial penalty that will ultimately occur. And in the case of the non-financial corporates, I think, unfortunately, for the time being, they're coming to the conclusion that that is not necessary for them to invest in internal due diligence. But they can and they should. And what we need to do is to demonstrate our willingness and ability to investigate these transactions and to punish violators if sanctions violations occur. If a large electronics manufacturer over the course of 2023, I'm not going to name any names here for fear of legal action, but exports goods indirectly, of course, to Russia worth, I think, $475 million. That's not an accident. We're not going to stop all of these transactions. That's not the point. But that's not an accident, and it should be stopped.
Thanks, Ben. Unfortunately, we don't have much more time, so let me ask a closing question, because we often hear that sanctions are here to stay, and indeed, they will outlast the Russia and the regime, and they're a growing foreign policy tool. So, stepping away from Russia and having a more forward-looking aspect, how should we really focus on the importance of lasting changes and introducing these frameworks, not only to improve our regime against Russia, but their wider importance to task and face future threats?
I think that's a very important point, and the stakes here are quite high, right? So one, it's about the effectiveness of our sanctions on Russia and our ability to bring this war to an end. But you're right, export controls or more broader technology sanctions are a new frontier in economic statecraft, and they're here to stay. And if you talk about export controls to people in Washington, then they very much have China in mind. And the conclusion for me is essentially that if we're not able to make these work with regard to Russia, we're never going to make them work with regard to China. So as you said, the credibility of this overall approach of leveraging the Western influence over this specific industry of high tech is very much on the line, and we should keep that in mind. But I would also want to highlight that I said earlier that economic sanctions on Russia are a key element of our strategy vis-à-vis Russia. If this current strategy fails, which doesn't just include economic sanctions, but also military and financial support, then I'm afraid that the price to be paid for any alternative approach to Russian aggression in Europe and the threat to peace and prosperity on the European continent and the rules-based global order more broadly will be very high. And I'm not sure if we are having this conversation in earnest and honestly and publicly.
Well, lots to unpack there for everyone in the room and policymakers. I want to thank you, Ben, for the excellent conversation, and I really encourage everyone to read the brilliant KSC reports, and we look forward to keeping this conversation going. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you both, Benjamin and Gonzalo, for a very well-structured interview with very, very important points, both on strategic level, about the fact that just that sanctions haven't stopped the war, it doesn't mean that they don't work and they don't have a very significant impact on Russia, and about very operational points raised about corporate responsibility. And if a company that's involved in exports of electronics amounting to 475 million to Russia isn't held liable, then it is not going to create a deterrent effect to make sure that others don't violate sanctions. And that brings us to the next panel, which is about sanctions enforcement. Basically about the fact that those who violate sanctions must be held responsible for that, also through criminal justice measures. And therefore, I would like to introduce our second panel of today, which is titled Making Enforcement Count. I would like to invite to the stage the moderator of the panel, Kinga Redlovska, and the following speakers, who will be introduced in more detail by the moderator of the panel discussion. Those are Ms. Natalia Veselova, Mr. Ruud Lewendal, Mr. Lars Schmidt, and Mr. Adam Winrow. Please welcome.
Russia evolving circumvention tactics are becoming increasingly complex, and this poses growing challenges for the private sector operators that aim to be compliant with sanctions. It also creates opportunities for those to seek and profit from the current context in hopes of not being detected. And today we've invited Natalia, Ruud, Lars, and Adam to discuss a roadmap to promote effective enforcement against sanctions violators. Natalia Veselova is the head of Customs Investigation Unit at the State Revenue Service of Latvia. Ruud Lewendal is the head of Anti-Terrorism Financing and Sanctions Team at the Fiscal Information and Investigation Service, the Netherlands. Lars Schmidt is the Director of Sanctions Coordination at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Sweden. And last but not least, Adam Winrow is the Senior Investigation Officer in the Strategic Exports and Sanctions Enforcement Directorate at HM Revenue and Customs. Welcome to Riga, welcome to our panel. Let's start by exploring your national experience in enforcement over the past 2 years. Ruud, let me start with you. What challenges have you faced when thinking about enforcement?
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today, and congratulations on your nice meeting here today. Well, as maybe every country has experienced, February 2022 We were overwhelmed by a number of sanctions from the EU. Of course, we already enforced sanctions before that, but the number of sanctions in February was, for us, quite, how to say it, well, overwhelming, it might be the word. And then we experienced that, in fact, to enforce these sanctions, we had a lack of intel. We didn't know the routes. We didn't know how the assets of sanctions entities were hidden within the Netherlands. We didn't know the facilitators. We didn't have an actual network with other private or public partners or supervising authorities. So we were quite, to say, in the dark as it started. And then we found out that the legal framework that we had at that point was quite old. It dated from 1977, and it was only updated very rarely, and it was not fit anymore for the times that we are living in right now. When we started it, we found out that the Russian assets were not easy to find. Of course, the supervising authorities had to see that Russian assets were frozen by the financial sector. But they found out, as we found out, that the structures that they were hidden in were very complex. It was not like you open a bank account and you can see who the ultimate beneficial owner of the asset was. So that was quite a challenge for us at that moment in February 22. We also found out that for a lot of private and public partners, their role was not very clear. So we didn't have any good cooperation, and public and private partners knew what they do themselves, but they didn't know how to find the other. So there was quite room for improvement, so to say. I said before, we were decorating the store, but the store was already open. So that was the situation when we started.
So you identified all those challenges. How did you respond? How did you adjust to make sure that all the challenges you've just enumerated are addressed?
Well, as I said, we had to open the store while we were still redecorating it. So that was quite a challenge for us, but also for, of course, the other partners. What we did to adjust was to, of course, to reach out to all the partners with the help of several departments, the Department of Finance, the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Justice. And of course, we knew the partners, but we knew them from another role. For instance, in my case, from fighting terrorism financing. So we reached out and we tried to make sure that we could find each other and work together in order to detect the violations of sanctions, because that is our prime goal. We are a law enforcement service, so we're at the end of the chain. So our main business was how to detect violations and how to make it possible for the prosecution office to prosecute those who are violating those sanctions. So we started it by reaching out to each other and to find ways to start working together to get things into place and to improve the landscape, so to say.
So you identified the problems, you drafted a potential response. I wonder, Adam, what was the situation in the UK? What was the first assessment and what was the initial response of the UK government?
Hello. Hello, Riga. For HMRC, for sanctions enforcement, we already had an established team, which was the team that the team now I lead. And we'd had an established process for dealing with sanctions evasion. We had an established process with dealing with export control. As I say, it was a mature operation. We worked with partners across government, especially with the Department of Business and Trade, who were responsible for licensing of all our exports of strategic goods, dual-use goods, and even sanctioned goods, because a sanction is not a sanction when it's licensed. So we had a long-standing relationship with them, and our policy team was well aware of what was coming. So when the events of February 2022 unfolded, we were ready with a whole raft of measures to enforce sanctions. And our trade data will clearly show you that when the sanctions were implemented, our direct trade to Russia dropped off a cliff. And we were quite pleased because for us, it was business as usual. Then the amendments started coming in, and then there was additional pressure on us to see what we could produce in the enforcement arena. So my team is a criminal investigation team. We don't deal with administrative matters. It's purely criminal. So we have to go to investigate cases to the criminal standard. And once we started to look at the legislation, which was retained legislation from the EU, the interpretation that we had was difficult. We could have 3 prosecutors in the same room and each give us a different determination of what a person who was connected to Russia might look like and what the evidential threshold which we might have to reach would look like. And that's where we started to encounter our problems. Administratively, yes, we were able to enforce sanctions almost from the day they went through Parliament. In fact, the same days they went through Parliament. But when we started to look at those companies that may be circumventing the sanctions or trying to deal directly with Russia, because in the early days there were a few companies that were still attempting to deal directly with Russia, when we referred back to the criminal law, it was very, very difficult to see how we could prosecute them because our laws would require us to get third country information to show that the goods arrived in Russia. And of course, the states that were used in the circumvention did not enforce any form of sanctions against Russia or Belarus. So that's how it looked like for us right at the beginning.
And you mentioned there were some procedures in place back then when it all started. Were there any previous experience that you could draw on, you personally, because I know you have an enormous experience in sanctions implementation, and your team?
I'll start first with my team. The 2019 sanctions regulations were being actively enforced by HMRC at the time, and we'd conducted a review of our oil and gas industry, who were dealing directly with Russia, and we identified there were breaches with sanctions which were pre-February 2022. So we, with the Department of Business and Trade, spoke to the trade of the oil and gas, which are based up in Aberdeen, mainly in the United Kingdom, and then told them in no uncertain terms, you know, you better get your house in order or else we'll come knocking. And from that, we identified some non-compliance, and we were able to issue what we call a compound settlement in lieu of a criminal prosecution to one particular company that was transgressing beyond our warning shots, if you like. For me, my first experience of sanctions was back in 1993 when I was part of a sanctions assistance mission which was sponsored by the UN through the European Commission, as it was in the application of sanctions towards Serbia and the former Yugoslav Republic of, the former Yugoslav Federation. But that was, that was a complete sanction in which the only goods that could cross the border were those that were pre-authorized, and we had customs officers for the first time were deployed on borders to assist the regional customs officers. That was customs officers from around not only the EU, but also the United States and Canada. And we actively enforced sanctions with the local customs staff at the borders. And for us, for me, it was a great experience. And even from then, you'll find that the sanctions enforcement lags a bit behind, because it was sort of 2 years after my last stint at the border that I was called to give evidence at a prosecution of a British company that was involved in the contravention of sanctions against Serbia. So, people might think that our enforcement response is not keeping up with public pressure, but the criminal procedures do take a little bit longer than people do expect. So,
yeah, thank you. It's certainly very interesting to listen, and we all should look back and draw on our own experiences with other sanctions regime to improve our response to Russia. But I will now pass on to Natalia. Latvia shares borders with Russia and Belarus, and What has that meant for the Latvian Customs Department?
It's been a lot of work, really. But to be sure, it's a new experience for us because we didn't have before this criminal procedure, like the sanction, avoiding of sanction. And when we faced it, it was no guidelines, no experience for us, and we established it from the zero. We cooperating, a lot of cooperating with prosecutor officer and custom, and we trying to make this practice, and I think we do our best. Because for now it's already the 9 cases in criminal procedure, and we have already the positive court decisions when the companies and the persons has the money penalties for the avoiding of sanction. And of course we faced also the dealing with such problem as the dealing with sized product cargo. It's mostly a very, very big amount of something like wood, metal or something like that. Also, we have a very specific cargo as like the chemical substance which could be exploded, that could be toxic or something like that. And our warehouses are full, unfortunately. And for now, it's like sometimes the investigator is dealing with not investigation, but with dealing with the goods, what to do with them, how to storage them, how to sell them, or something like that. And of course, the second main problem for us, it's a lack of human resource. Because we have as much as investigator, as much customer officer as we have, and we should dealing with this sanction as in that resource that we have for now. But I think we're really doing the best, and I think when I think about the custom officer, which is standing in the first line, and he open the truck and he see all this stuff inside the truck, and he need to solve if it's a sanction or not sanction goods. I think they make a great work, really great work, because when you open the list of the sanction and to scrolling this list, it's making a lot of time, but they should to make this decision on the line, on the working with the people, working on the border. So yeah, I think we do what we can do the best.
And of course, Latvia is at the forefront of enforcement of sanctions against Russia, and especially Latvian customs. But I want to talk a bit about the shortage of human resources that you mentioned. And we have had those deployments in more than 10 EU member states. And I think there hasn't been a single country where we haven't heard that this has been and still is one of the major problems in enforcing sanctions against Russia. So we'll definitely look into it and ask a question how this can be solved. But first, let me go to Lars. Lars, what challenges have you faced when thinking about enforcement when you became sanctions coordinator in September 2023?
Thank you. It's on? Yeah. Thank you for, first of all, for inviting me to Riga, where we have the forerunners in sanctions implementation. That's a very good thing. It's as good as engaging with Tom. I'll come back to that. Adam echoed Serbia in the 90s. That's something we also have to have in mind when we continue to discuss these things. I lived in Belgrade in the late 90s and felt how sanctions finally had an impact. And Ruud stressed the feeling that I have, overwhelming in September. It's not too far away from here. We got the labeling by RUSI fragmented and could do better. And that was really a post-presidency wake-up call for us. We have been so focused, being the EU presidency, just before I entered office, on packaging. I think we were up to the 11th package when we left the presidency. And that was something that spark the government. We have to do better. We can do better, and we will. So I got an immediate reaction from the government to get going. Not refocusing from Brussels, but not focusing all attention to negotiating positions in Brussels working groups in the council, but to focus on the domestic scene, on authorities, agencies that needs to have guidance, information, etc. On the Commission side, we were not labeled, but we had a visit by them early this year, and that was also a very good lesson how to deal with it at the moment, having more packages to come. And I think we are already talking about the 14th one, and we are already in March. That was something for us. We are struggling a lot with a legal challenge, how to distribute these complex regimes out to the agencies. We will see if we can learn something from Latvia's experiences on centralizing. I'm not sure. We are also looking at resources. My office has been restaffed 100%. It was 2, we are 4 now. So at something, and other ministries, and especially a new body within our government is the National Security Council. It's also focusing a lot on sanctions since the famous RUSI visit. And we revisited you in London. That was useful. We met with our British colleagues, where we learned a lot on how to go about it in a more effective way. I will tell you more about the study that we did later on.
Yes, that's actually my next question, but before I will pose it, I need to tell you that the RUSI team, met Lars, actually in his first days in the office. So it was a very interesting meeting for us, where we came to Stockholm to learn more about the sanctions landscape there. And we met Lars, who was really open to learn more from us on our experience. And I think it was mutually beneficial at that point. But since we've met back last year, you've conducted a study on enforcement in Sweden. Can you tell us a bit more about it, and what are the results and what you've learned from this study?
Let me stress that we are not done yet. We have some few more weeks to go before we really get going. But we engaged an external former diplomat expert on sanctions from Brussels' point of view to investigate especially compliance and the methodology of compliance in our system, with an ambition to streamline coordination, because that was part of the fragmented labeling from your side. Too many people involved not knowing about what the other's doing. He mapped out routines in the ministries. We have many ministries involved because Foreign Office is not the key. I am the coordinator. But all of them, they have their own agencies to control. He tried to identify system weaknesses, and that's what we have quite a catalog on what we can deal with in the future to make it better, and to match with what I will also talk about later, all of us, I guess, the EU directive. We had a lot of good advice from our Nordic-Baltic colleagues. I don't want to mention them, but we talked to them all, and they are ahead of us. We are catching up, we are coming. And of course from the UK. That's where we learned a lot. We will not be operating the UK size of anything. We still have the EU Commission behind us, which is something that we also had a lot of engagement with. EU Commission is the office of all member states. That's an interpretation that he did. We will focus on exchange of information, coordination of information. We will try to handle the derogation cases in a more effective way, involving ministries. And I talked to the Director General here, see if we can take more of your advice. 4 brief points then. Define responsibility among the law enforcement agencies. All of you have heard it before. It's not rocket science, but that's what we now are trying to focus on. Police and customs. Police and customs, that's where we see the point. Organized coordination. I'm trying to coordinate what I can do out of my offices, ministries, some agencies. We need to delegate it further down in our system. We are regularly visiting the banking associations, the banks. That's where we have also another challenge we are not done with yet, how to engage with the US, OFAC, etc. We will have a very prominent visit to Stockholm tomorrow from the State Department on this, which is another source of information. Share information, I told you already, we have operated a lot of digital real-time briefs now with our ministries and agencies, and control. And that is an obvious one. Reporting is also something that we will do a lot of effort. Not necessarily reporting everything to the Commission, but to have the reporting flow within our system, which is also one of the things we will focus on. Finally, the MLA legislation is something that we will now try to work with more in tandem with the sanctions ditto. I'll tell you more when we come to the EU directive. Thank you.
One comment on your personal role within Sweden as a coordinator. As some of you might know, back in January, we published recommendation for effective implementation of sanctions. And one of the core recommendations we are proposing is for the EU member states to clearly designate a coordinator, either a person or a leading authority that will be in charge of this very important effort to coordinate. We do feel that the member states need a strong steerman to work with various teams across different bodies and public authorities to better implement sanctions. And I think your role in Sweden is very unique and something that other member states could look more into as a kind of example of how to think about domestic implementation models. But now I would like to go back to Ruud and ask you, Ruud, a question about particular enforcement steps to which you would point to highlight the progress your team and the Netherlands has made in enforcing sanctions.
Well, I might have started a bit on the downside of things, but I'm happy to say
now you have the opportunity to brag a bit.
We made some step forwards, so that's the good news. As I said, we reached out to several partners, and that worked. So now we have close cooperation, especially with Dutch Customs and Dutch FIU. And I'm happy to say that, as I said before, one of the problems that we faced in the early days was the complex structures in which Russian assets were hidden. That led to a platform in which public entities work together. The original idea was to make an analysis of who is the ultimate beneficial owner, the UBO, in structures. So we have a platform in place now in which supervising authorities participate and in which we as a criminal investigation service also participate. So that helped a lot. As I said, we started redecorating the store where we were still open. So we started investigating right from day one. And we did several investigations. And of course, we learned from all these investigations. We learned how systems worked. We learned how the invasions worked. And we also saw that there could be lessons learned from it. So we started a project together with the FIU from the Netherlands and Dutch Customs. And every time we do an investigation on invasion with goods, that we see how the modus operandi was. And we try to help the customs to detect more evasions. So we sort of became the victim of our own success because that led to a lot of new investigations. But at the end, that's what we're here for. The customs, I have to mention, is in Holland. It's organized that customs is in sanctions works as a supervising authority, but also licensing of military or dual-use goods. And they do what we call small criminal investigations. So that's sort of the red hand caught evasions that they do for the prosecution office. The field does the larger investigations. And we try to focus now on financial invasion. So that means assets that are not frozen. And we try, when it's about goods, we try to detect the goods that have a large economic impact on the Russian economy, but also goods that could be used for the Russian military industry. So with the mechanisms that we have in place now, we are able to detect. And last week, my colleagues and I, we're talking with each other and we say, at this point now, it's together with FIU and Customs, it's maybe it's not very nice to say, but it's quite easy to detect new evasions. So short of staff is known to us, but we are growing as well. We started off with 30 officers in 2022, and we're growing now to 60 officers. And at this moment this year, I think we'll have about 50 or more officers working solo on sanctions evasions.
That's a bit more impressive number than Lars and his four-person team, but
but it's a start. It's a start. You have to start somewhere.
But and on top of that, Ruud, I'm going to give you an opportunity to brag a bit more in a second when I will ask about some successful enforcement cases. But before I do that, I will ask Natalia about the steps you would point us to that facilitated progress in enforcement of sanctions against Russia and Belarus in Latvia.
Yeah, as I told that one of the problems we faced is like the dealing with cargo, which we seized. And so we started the new practice. We started the proceeding of confiscation according to the property which is connected to the crime. So it's pre-trial proceeding in which the investigator, cooperation with the prosecutor, is going to the court and ask the court to deal, to solve if the property which we take is connected to the crime or not. So it's even give to the companies the possibility to tell that before in the court to tell that their property is not connecting to the crime. And for us, it's a very nice practice for now because it's help us not to finish the pre-trial investigation to solve this question with the cargo and with the seized properties and to confiscate it. So for now we started already. For now we have the 22 cases started in the court and 10 cases already. We win already 10 cases. So we confiscated in 10 cases the property.
And again, you are at the forefront of processing all those cases. So indeed, we are looking forward to more successes in that. But Adam, Great Britain is great. I'm sure there are some great examples of successful steps that you undertook to improve and advance enforcement.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. Put me on the spot there. I said earlier that our judicial system and prosecutions take time, and they will come.
Great?
No, we need to be able to streamline them a lot more. However, we have a process whereby companies that believe that they may be, let's say, have inadvertently avoided the sanctions and sent goods into Russia can voluntarily disclose that to the United Kingdom, to HMRC. So it gives us an insight into what's happening overseas. So it enhances our intelligence picture. But we have also led to 5 voluntary disclosures leading to compound settlements in lieu of criminal prosecutions in the United Kingdom for me, which is already, those are positive enforcement outcomes regarding sanctions. We have a number of criminal cases already in the pipeline. We are investigating a number of direct exports, attempted exports into Russia. We're also looking at circumvention routes, especially through the Eurasian Customs Organization. But what we have done is engaged a data specialist, because what we can't see, we can see what happens at our borders, and we're quite clear that now we can see everything that happens at our borders. We know what's happening. So we have control. What we don't have is control of what happens to the goods once they leave the United Kingdom. And that's why it's very necessary to liaise with our EU partners in exchanging information for enforcement purposes. But what we haven't been able to see is what's going on beyond the horizon. So by employing this data specialist, we now can see over our horizon. And we're now seeing where the goods that are going from the United Kingdom into these grey states, if you like, are ending up. And we now have an audit trail where we can see the goods leaving the United Kingdom being transshipped through a grey destination and then back into Russia. We can now see that. So we are now confident that going forward, we'll be able to prosecute more and more cases of circumvention. The one hurdle that we have is meeting our evidential threshold in our courts with turning that information from our data provider into clear evidence that is acceptable to the court. We are looking to prosecute something very soon to test this. And once we have tested it and it's met the evidential threshold in court and set a case law precedent, we can then move into those companies which are contravening the sanctions by using these circuitous routes into Russia more proactively.
It's very interesting. You are using what you've mentioned is you are using Intel for kind of prosecution and detecting circumvention. But I know Sweden is using Intel for like preemptive outreach. So Lars, how important, in your opinion, is using those sorts of information, and what impact of the outreach you have seen so far?
You do what you can, but let me show you this first. But the Customs, Security Police, and the Licensing Dual-Use Office distributed this brochure in English and Swedish language to most of the exporting companies as a message. We are there to help you, but we are also there to watch you. So the Security Police, they started their own campaign, not being tasked or anything, to study export and risk of circumvention in our system, to see who are the ones most at risk. And by mapping that out, they found out some few companies to start with, and they asked for an informal meeting with the management, the owners of the company, and just sat down and explained to them, this is what we see in your trade flow, the risks, the way that the Russian side will manipulate you, use you for their purposes. And that had quite an impact, and they actually increased that campaign. They also interviewed the companies which were not always aware of out of the ordinary orders that they got recently, the amount of the orders, new customers that they didn't know about, haven't time to do due diligence for, rejected orders, suspected customers requested change of their trade patterns that they had before. Very thorough work by the Security Police. We are flattered by their interest. That resulted in companies really changing and investing in their compliance programs. Smaller companies, not so much, but the bigger ones who don't want to be named and shamed, of course. And they also started to work with their know your customers routines. They didn't know about how to check a customer if he's clean or what is behind that customer. Of course, the bigger companies, no risk, but anyway, that created a beneficial relationship between the Security Police and companies, trust that they can work on, continue their work beside, or not beside, but not touching that circumvention risk. And what I also learned from the UK when I talked to my colleague David Reed, he said we are operating a no-blame culture. And that is something that we also took note of in this encouraging Security Police. Let me say, we didn't decorate Adam with his nice cufflinks. That is something he got from someone else.
We will take questions from the audience, both online and on-site. So I encourage the online audience to submit questions via Slido. We already have some questions. We will take some questions from the audience here in Riga. But before I do that, as promised, I will give Ruud an opportunity to tell us about share with us some successful enforcement cases you've had in the Netherlands.
Well, of course, not all the investigations will be successful. I wish they were. First of all, I have to say that we distinguish like two phases when we started in February 22. In phase one, we would say, due to complex structures or unclear details in sanctioned packages, we would be sort of mild before starting a criminal investigation. For instance, certain computer chips before September 22 were allowed to be transported, and they were sanctioned after September 22. So before September 22, we would say, okay, that was complex. We can understand if people say they didn't know. After, say that would be until, say, summer 22. After that, we would call that the piracy phase. And we would say there are two kinds of suspects that we face now, that are people that want to make a quick profit, or the people that support the ideology of Russia. And then we did several investigations. We did investigations on not freezing assets. And then you can think of bank accounts or luxury yachts that were built within the Netherlands. But also goods like microchips, computer parts, airplane parts, or parts for communication systems. And I'd like to pick out one case which was very recently together with Latvian authorities in January this year.
How interesting.
Yeah, in January this year we did an international case. Sanctions evasion is by itself is cross-border criminality. We did a case on which our national service, security service, said there will be goods threatening the international security. And we did a cooperation with Latvia, Lithuania, Canada, and Germany. And there were raids done in several countries. We did arrests in the Netherlands. And I have to say, the speed in which we did the case, that for us is very important. Our prosecutor says we have to do two things. We have to prosecute those who violate, but we also have to stop the goods from going to their suspected destination. I understand, I heard before the guys in the trenches, we say every computer chip that we stop might prevent maybe a missile from being bought or a bomb from being dropped. And although it started quickly because we received the information on which we started shortly before Christmas, and thanks to Europol and Eurojust, we were able to gather the authorities from the different countries. And we did the raids in the second week of January, which in law enforcement country is quite fast. But in my opinion, it should be faster. In my opinion, I would say that we would have a system in place in which we receive the information on day one, and we can go out on day two. But we also we have to make amlets. We have to see if there's a capacity in the other countries. Well, I think my colleagues from here in the panel would agree with me that sometimes it's a bit frustrating, but you want to go faster. The cases we did, we have several people convicted. The first case took a lot of attention, at least in the Dutch press. It was about microchips, because it was the first case, and it was a really simple case. It was a report from the FIU that a guy had a company selling microchips to Russia, which was not a big deal before February 22. And after 22, he rerouted his chain. So he said he was exporting to the Maldives, but the FIU found out that the payments were still coming from Moscow. So that was not a very smart thing to do. So because this way we could start an investigation, we arrested the guy. We seized the profits he made with it. We prosecuted him also for money laundering. And he was convicted. Unfortunately, the court decided to keep him in custody. The guy was from Russian origin, so he fled the country within, I think, 2 or 3 days. But from a criminal perspective, we stopped the case. The microchip stopped flowing, and we seized the profits that he made with it.
And I think that's, of course, we wish this was like fully successful, but it's also a success to at least stop the procedure.
Which is our main goal, yeah.
Yes. Coordination is the word you use many times when you were describing the process that led you to actually stopping this procedure. And Latvia was name-dropped by you, and also on Slido, James name-dropped Natalia. So there's a question that I will take from Slido to you, and it's about how does Latvia work with other Baltic states and other EU members to further away in investigations?
First of all, I want to tell that we have Naples' second convention, which allowed to custom authorities to cooperate between each other and to make the mutual assistance. And it's quite faster than normal legal assistance between the countries or European investigation orders. So we can get the information for all European Union very, very quick. And of course, as like the Baltic countries, as near to each other, sometimes we can, and our custom have a very direct cooperation with the Estonian custom and the Lithuanian custom, so we get this information very, very fast. And for example, when the cargo going through the Estonia and it was denied on the Estonian border and sending back to Europe, and of course, what to do, the companies, they're trying to avoid the sanction and going through the Latvia. Maybe the custom wouldn't look as much strictly as the Estonian. So our custom getting the information immediately from the Estonian that they've got that this cargo, that it was denied because they're thinking it's the sanctioned product inside. And so our custom already looking different view on this cargo. So yeah, we have a very good cooperation between the countries.
So again, cooperation. And Adam, there's a question on Slido to you also about cooperation, but this time with the private sector. So I will read out the question. How does Adam make sure other companies learn from the enforcement action UK takes against a particular company? How are lessons learned shared with the industry?
Thank you for that question. The Department of Business and Trade, who have responsibility for licensing of all strategic exports and sanctions goods, they've had a regular method of notifying exporters. Every change in or amendment to the Russian sanctions regulations, a notice goes out to all exporters to say there's been a change in the sanctions and this is what you must do from here on in. So it's active engagement between the Department of Business and Trade and the private sector, especially all the exporters. Now, when we get a positive result through a voluntary disclosure, for example, or a criminal prosecution, we add that on their notice to exporters. So when an exporter receives that update from the Department of Business and Trade, they'll be notified that HMRC have issued how many compound penalties amounting to how much with regard to export control breaches, and also the criminal prosecutions are also notified via that method. So the trade is automatically notified of successful prosecutions in the area of export control or sanctions enforcement.
Of course, the public-private cooperation is crucial, but also the public sector needs to feel the enforcement is strong and the punishment, penalty is unavoidable. I just cannot skip Lars in our round of questions on cooperation. You are Swedish sanctions coordinator and you represent Sweden in Brussels for various meetings of sanctions envoys. Can you please tell us a bit more about your cooperation and collaboration with other EU member states and with the European Commission, how the process looks like?
As you rightly said, there are a lot of fixed meetings, high-level meetings with David O'Sullivan, very large crowd, to be honest, sitting in that room for a day. We have the RELEX sanctions meetings, which are very technical. Perhaps there is a need of something in between on the EU palette. For us, Sweden, it's the Nordic-Baltic cooperation meetings, which are every 6 months. Next month in Tallinn, very useful. That's where we gather information and we have a lot of good advice. Because there is a difference comparing Sweden to our neighbors bordering Russia, where you are a little bit ahead of us. That's where we are learning a lot, and we need to coordinate because we are on the same trade routes. So let me put an extra on that one. Certainly, we are trying to take advice from other bigger member states and also from the UK. I heard a lot about Holland's improvement, so I think that's the next trip for me to coordinate with you guys. I'm not sure that I have a network very much like myself, because one can think that it's a good idea to have a national coordinator in the MFA, in the Security Policy Department. But sometimes I feel I'm a little bit far away from the technicians really operating this. So be aware if you've tried to follow any of these models that it has some challenges.
I'm going to go back to the EU and the European Commission in a moment, and I will, of course, ask a question about the directive on criminalization of sanctions circumvention. But before I will do that, I want to ask if there are any questions here at the audience. Tom.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask a question which picks up on something that Ben Hilgenstock was talking about and something that we really notice, which is that there is a fear factor in the financial sector of breaching sanctions. I'm not an apologist for the banks, but there is a fear factor. That fear factor has been instilled over many years. You've had ING, we've had banks in the UK. Let's not talk about ABLV, and I'm sure there's a Swedish one as well. How do we instill a similar fear factor in the corporate sector, create a culture in the corporate sector which thinks twice before fulfilling export orders to third countries, in a way that a bank would think twice before completing a payment to a similar country?
Who is speaking up this question? We are looking for a volunteer. Only Great Britain can answer.
I mean, I use your expression, how do you instill fear? That's how do you make them more compliant? And I think demonstrating that we are able to prosecute criminally circumvention of trade sanctions is a crucial tool in that toolbox. You know, I mentioned about how we go about informing the trade through the Department of Business and Trade's notice to exporters. That does increase compliance. We know it does, because if they know that we are looking at companies in a criminal manner, and that gets reported, then we do see that those companies in that particular sector are more compliant. So I think it is, let's get out there and prosecute those that are circumventing sanctions. That sends a clear message to all people that are involved in looking at themselves and looking at where their routings take them and whether they may be exposed to criminal prosecutions themselves.
Thank you. I think we still have some time, and I really would like to ask you about the directive. Maybe I will start with Ruud. Are you preparing to transpose the directive, and what sort of changes will it bring, or maybe none, to the Netherlands and its sanctions landscape?
Well, for me as a law enforcement officer, that's quite difficult to answer, because we are in the last step of the chain, so to say. I'm not sure if I'm able to answer it, but can I react on Tom's question?
Yeah, please.
No, but I had some time to think it over. What we see, as I said, we call this the smuggler's phase, which we are now, when it's about trading goods. What we see is that in a supply chain where it goes wrong, then you are many steps away from the producer of the, like say, computer parts producer. And what we see is that the amounts that have been smuggled are not big amounts. So I think the risk of getting detected makes the people adjust their behavior, and they send small packages. So if you have 100 companies sending small packages, and you reach the same goal if you have one company that sends a container a week. So, and I think the people that are in the business right now in evading, they do that for profit or ideology, and part of making the profit is higher because there's a risk involved. So I don't think that for the companies that we try to prosecute, the fear factor is a big deal, because for them, they're in for the money. And if they're in for the ideology, then it doesn't bother them either. So I hope that's maybe not a satisfying answer, but I hope.
I can see the terrorism investigator.
Yeah, that's the other part, yeah.
Lars, do you want to comment on that too?
I think Tom's question is so good that I need to make an effort, although being a layman still on this. Before doing what Americans are doing, OFAC is arbitrary in their way of giving away fines, very high ones, which are scaring the banks, of course. We in the European Union, we are still debating the extraterritoriality of OFAC, which is not done yet. We need to come to that closure first. We have to see how the Biden package is implemented, and now we are all into legislation when it comes to the directive, which is another problem for us. We had the question earlier this morning, shall we have something similar to OFAC in Brussels? Can we? Are we, member states, able to give away competence to such an agency? I'm not sure. So we are, using your word, fragmented in the European Union to establish something similar to the US system, which seems to be very effective. Still a layman. On the other one, I think we are all working throughout this year to implement the directive. And the directive is very clear on what we are supposed to do, so it's not much to deal with. Aiding, abetting, attempting crime. And in our case, like I think you said in Dutch situation, we will review the whole legislation because we need a new piece of legislation to enforce. I guess there are many other member states in the same situation as we are. Legislation from the 90s when we enforced sanctions on Serbia.
I would like to take one more questions from the audience on site, but before those willing to raise their hands will do that, I will just comment and defend my question on the directive. I think just we don't have the representative of the right countries to grill about the directive, because there are some countries that are lagging behind in terms of criminalization of sanctions enforcement. I'm not going to name drop them, mainly because I would need to name drop my own country. But I think it's a very important element, and it's going to be a powerful incentive for those countries that haven't looked into a proper criminalization of sanctions violation. And it's going to be a kind of a breakthrough motivation for them to actually catch up on this. So do we have a question here at the audience on site to our panelists? No questions, so I will ask a question to Ruud from the Slido. Someone asked about top 3 tips from the Netherlands on effective enforcement cases.
Top 3 tips. That's a hard question to answer without thinking before. Well, as I said before, sanction evasion is cross-border criminality. So, what I would say, and I don't know if it's a top 3 tip, but what I would say is, what we would need, what would be helpful, is on an operational level, is to have a more direct contact with all the players, the field-like players, the law enforcement services like HMRC, in other countries, and not on a boss's level, but on an operational level. So if we reach out to another country, now we can use Europol, and it works perfectly, but it takes a lot of time. And as I said, time, I think, is a crucial factor. So I would say for package 14, so I don't know if there are policymakers here, for package 14, a top 3 tip for me would be, we don't need actually more sanctions to enforce because we have our hands full right now. But I would say in package 14, give us a little bit more room for powers, or at least to have contact with each other on an operational level, in order to make cooperation easier. That would, I don't know if there are 3 tips in there, but
yes, and if I may add to this, to reinforce your tip, yesterday I talked to Laura from the Estonian FIU, and she praised the cooperation with the Latvians. And what she said is like, I love it. I can just take a call, just take my phone, call them, and I have the answer right away, which is, and also internally within Estonia. So I think time is precious, and also sort of like direct engagement with relevant authorities is crucial. There's one final question to Natalia about case studies. Can you please share with us some specific case studies from Latvian customs related to enforcement?
I think we have no such special case studies, because mostly we working with sanction is like that about the goods, not money. We don't have big properties which we are seized or something like that. But I think I can speak about the proceeding of confiscation. Which was the first, and which was make for us a really big case study, like what we are learning from. It was the puddles, which is coming from Russia to Moldova. It's like both countries are out of the European Union, so they are not under this. They not like thinking about the sanction, but still it was a transit through the European Union and through the Latvia. So we stop this cargo, and we have a very big discussions with the Moldova, with our prosecutors, with our court, to think if we could or we couldn't to seize and to confiscate this cargo because it's under the sanction. And still we make it, or we go through the court. It was the people, the company from the Moldova is coming to Latvia, it's coming to the court, and they're making to make sure that it's not lead to the crime, their cargo, that it's absolutely in our KN code. It's like in our this code in the custom should to be declared that it's not under the sanction, but still our court decided that it will be confiscated, and it's was confiscated to the Latvian. So.
Natalia, thank you so much. Lars, Ruud, Adam, thank you for joining us today in Riga. I will pass on to Paulis, or should I announce the coffee break? Or lunch?
Yes.
Or lunch.
Thank you
I would
all
be
very much,
I would like to be the one announcing the lunch.
You can, Kinga. I have so many comments to say about this panel discussion. There's so much more to talk about, including the potential role of European Public Prosecutor's Office in investigating sanctions violation cases on the EU level. But I don't want to take your time. I think everybody's hungry. We will have an opportunity to speak more during the lunch break. Thank you all for participating. Thank you, Kinga, for moderating. And we'll see each other again at 2. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a fantastic lunch, both attendees on-site and online. We will now start with the following one-on-one conversation, and I hope all of you managed also to have the coffee, but I'm certain that this next conversation will not let you fall asleep. It will be very interesting. Every year, we try to bring a representative from the European Commission to Latvia, to this annual conference, to learn firsthand about the EU policy on sanctions and learn about the status of sanctions implementation and enforcement across all the EU member states, and nobody knows it better as the European Commission. So it is my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Pierre-Arnaud Lotton. I hope I pronounced it correctly. He is Sanctions Policy Officer at Directorate General FISMA of the European Commission, working directly on sanctions policy. And he will be interviewed by one of our new additions to the sanctions team. So we are, as you know, have a lot of new people joining the Financial Intelligence Unit. We established 2 new divisions for performing the new function. And one of the divisions is Sanctions Implementation Division. And the newly appointed head of that division, Marta Tilhena, has joined us from the Central Bank of Latvia, and she will be interviewing Mr. Pierre-Arnaud. Please both welcome to the stage.
First of all, thank you for coming and bringing this perspective also from the EU and EU Commission in particular to this conference. And with what I would like to start this interview is reminding that Mr. David O'Sullivan, the EU Sanctions Envoy, opened this conference stating that sanctions are only as effective as are their implementation and enforcement. And we know that the main responsibility in regard to this lies in the member states. However, the EU and the Commission in particular also has its role in this question. And we know that Commission has taken certain initiatives to fight against the circumvention of sanctions through third countries. And this is the typology, what we see the most common in Latvia and elsewhere in regard to sanction circumvention. So my first question is, what actions has the Commission taken to fight sanction circumvention through third countries? Are there any results, and maybe there are some future plans that you can share with us?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the organization and having me to address you today. On circumvention, indeed, this is something that has been increasingly tackled by the proposals made by the Commission. So you could see, for instance, that in the numerous sanctions packages that have been adopted so far, starting with the 11th, there were a number of measures meant to address and to fight circumvention. Typically, for instance, the extension of the transit ban, so a number of goods that could, for instance, reach, say, Kazakhstan from the EU, transiting via Russia, became prohibited for such transit via Russia. Most recently, you might have seen in the 12th package that there are no end-user clauses for exporters when they export specific goods to precisely mandate their recipients not to re-export those goods to Russia. So on paper, I would say that, and in policy, a lot is devoted to fighting circumvention, and you might see, additional measures of this kind in the next packages, beyond the two examples I gave. Then it comes to implementing those measures, and there, indeed, it's a lot of joint effort by the Commission, but also by member states, to make those measures known to EU exporters, We heard this morning, very interesting national experience from Sweden on industry outreach to specific companies identified as most, let's say, sensitive regarding the type of goods they make and their customers. This is definitely the kind of excellent practice to follow precisely to make the measures I mentioned adopted at the EU level truly implemented at the national and corporate levels. It's also a lot about working with third countries. You mentioned that circumvention is manifold. That's true. It starts at home, as very often David O'Sullivan says. But when it comes to the point of diversion, you have countries that are sympathetic to Russia. You have countries that are innocent, or there are countries that are opportunistic. And we have devoted diplomatic outreach, to those countries, all the three, but addressing their, I would say, specificities in terms of exposure and possible benevolence to circumvention. Tom, you mentioned Georgia this morning, which might fit among the countries that is sympathetic to our cause, but needs support, further encouragement, and this is definitely the way to go, so that we grow the, I wouldn't say the coalition, but at least the scope of countries that are not prone and that are not used for circumvention.
Thank you for that. Moving forward, in certain aspects, there is still lack of harmonization among EU countries. We still see, even in the basics, different interpretation, especially when it comes to determining control and ownership of companies. So despite the guidance that the Commission has issued, and we see that member states can come to different conclusions when they are assessing one particular company, and that leads to situations when in one member state one company is considered as sanctioned, and in another member state the same company is considered as non-sanctioned. So this lack of consistency can lead to legal uncertainty and weaknesses in EU sanction regimes. So how do you think what can be done and what is being done to close these loopholes?
I think there are two things. First of all, we have to bear in mind that sanctions proceed from directly applicable regulations that are directly applicable on operators. And for instance, freezing assets of that are owned or controlled by a designated person, first of all, falls on the operators in question. And sometimes it's very clear that, operators in two different countries don't have the same information. They don't have the same due diligence. They don't have the same resources to carry out such due diligence. And you might fall in a situation where the findings that actually those assets are controlled by a designated person in member state A is not necessarily, the same findings that could have been made but are not made in member states B. So our role is definitely to streamline and to increase the information sharing, and we have a number of tools. I'll spare you the details, but we have a number of IT tools, a number of databases where this information can be leveraged and exchanged precisely to achieve, to support harmonization and to get to the situation where the asset freeze is carried out by both in the same way in both member states. Then. So this is for the practical level. Then in terms of theory, it's true that the Commission has laid on paper a doctrine on ownership and control, which, as Paulis, I think, reminded this morning, is only Commission guidance. So this is not a legally binding interpretation of EU law. But we expect clarification soon to come. You mentioned whether there was a preliminary ruling on ownership and control, and what would be the scope of ownership and control. And this will be ruled soon by the Court of Justice. There's a case called T-Trust, I believe, and it's a preliminary ruling from an Italian court. And we expect, once this ruling is out, that, it will definitely support harmonization practices in the EU regarding ownership and control.
That sounds very promising. We will be really looking forward to this judgment to come, and hopefully that will bring more clarity and more and ensure more effective implementation of sanctions in all the EU states. in the beginning of this conference, from the Ukrainian representatives, we heard very concrete suggestions on what should be done in EU level to improve effectiveness of sanctions. It was mentioned the oil price gap, confiscation of frozen assets, addressing the banking sector similarly as the executive order of the US President of December has. So can you share what should we expect in the future in the EU level in terms of actions that aims to strengthen sanctions implementation and enforcement?
I would say that you can see it from two angles. The first one is actually, tap the full potential of existing sanctions, do with what we have, but do it better. And this is definitely a joint endeavor of the private sectors that, as I said, has applied sometimes, not super drafted, directly applicable regulation. And on the other hand, it's a joint responsibility as well of national competent authorities and the Commission that must be here to provide guidance, to raise awareness, and to answer questions from the private sector. And there we definitely improve, again, talking only about the existing, in terms of FAQs, guidance. A lot is being done, and that was explained this morning by national competent authorities to respond to private sector inquiries. The Commission plays its part. We too have published guidance. There are much more frequent meetings, and there's no truly information sharing platform to connect national competent authorities. There are more reporting requirements on the member states to the Commission, again, for us to monitor implementation consistency and to possibly work corrective remedies at a certain stage. So this is for the existing, and a lot is being done behind the scene, but I understand that this is rather administrative technical work, but it doesn't mean that it's very important. And then there is, what can we do in the future better? Yes, I think it was said this morning, there will be more sanctions packages because it's a learning by doing exercise. So in the next packages, we correct the loopholes of the earlier packages. There might be more measures. You mentioned the one on using the proceeds of immobilized Russian central bank assets. This is, as you might have seen in the pipeline too, and this will be a very tangible contribution to Ukraine. But again, I think that at the policy level, we devote a lot of attention to the next package, the next fix, the next sanctions. But with 13 sanctions packages adopted so far, a lot is already on the table, and we need to focus on making this work, again, within the existing provisions of EU law.
Yeah, thank you. I really agree that also what was mentioned before in this conference, that maybe it's just the time to stop with new sanctions, types of sanctions, but to really focus on how to effectively implement the existing sanctions that we have, and to really focus on the things that are important and already has been put on the table. And to conclude this interview, this question arose also previously in the conference, but I wanted to ask you also that we often can read and we hear that the sanctions might not have reached their goal, and we see still that Russia has been able to continue its war of aggression in Ukraine. So do you think that sanctions against Russia are reaching their objective, and are they effective?
I do think that the sanctions, are impactful, and they are painful to Russia. This morning, David O'Sullivan provided you with a detailed overview. He provided figures. If you look at the three, let's say, traditional typology of sanctions, their objective is generally to coerce, to constrain, and to signal. It's true that we haven't coerced, Russia to stop the war yet, possibly. So the war goes on. So the coercion effect might not be there yet, but it's definitely true that the sanctions are equally constraining Russia. So you might see it as a second best, might be the case. But still, the sanctions are depriving Russia of enormous resources. They definitely impact the ability of the regime to continue the war. We also have to think generally in sanctions terms by the default approach, which is what would be the situation for Russia without sanctions. You might have a richer Russia, more confident, enjoying unfettered access of goods and components for its military industrial complex. The sanctions are impairing all of this. It doesn't mean that everything is perfect. Again, as I said, it's a lot of learning by doing. Many of the measures were very new, so we need to improve their implementation. At the same time, and I think it's something very well known to you, we shouldn't expect sanctions to do everything, to do the entire job of stopping Russian warfare. That would be certainly too much to ask to sanctions. If you look at earlier, and there are not that many sanction successes. I'm thinking of, I don't know, South Africa, Iran, JCPOA. Sanctions worked because they were part of a, let's say, very dynamic toolbox, toolkit, and where you had other measures where sanctions were a leverage for some of them. In the case of Russia, I think that a lot has also to do with financial and military support to Ukraine, encouraging and further supporting Russian dissenting voices to speak against the war, to speak against the lies of the regime, fighting also the Russian disinformation regarding against our own national audiences and public opinions on, let's say, its activities in Ukraine. So all of this should not be set aside. And we should not, rely only on sanctions. I think that the victory, will be part of a combination, and sanctions is one tool, one dynamic and very important tool, but not the only one.
Thank you for having this interview and for coming here again, and also thank you for the work that Commission is doing to strengthen the effectiveness of sanctions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this conversation. I think, once again, the political message coming from the European Commission is very clear. Even if sanctions haven't stopped the war entirely and made Ukraine win, they still have a very important impact on limiting and constraining Russia's ability to wage its war of aggression. And to make sure that sanctions are working as far as possible, we must implement and enforce them to the most effective way possible. The themes that we are talking about a lot today. And a recurring theme of today's conference has been the role of the private sector. And in this next panel discussion, we would like to hear from the private sector how they can collaborate more with the public sector to make sure that sanctions are working and that the private sector has the correct tools to make sure that sanctions are working. So for this next panel, I would like to invite to the stage back Mr. Tom Keatinge, who will be moderating the discussion, and the following speakers, which will be introduced in more detail by the moderator, Mr. Tom Keatinge. So we have on this panel Ms. Jem Kon, Ms. Laima Lettinya, and Mr. Emil Dahl.
There is a lot of green around here. And of course, the lunch was plant-based, so it was green as well. I'm beginning to wonder if you actually eat meat in Latvia. Every time I come to an FIU-organized event, it is a plant-based menu, which I'm sure must have some significance. But anyway, so thank you all very much. Thank you to Emil, to Laima, and to Jem for joining this panel discussion. So I have been struck over the last couple of days that we spent an awful lot of time talking about borders and export controls and stuff and customs. And actually, we haven't spent that much time talking about the financial sector and the financial community. which is unusual for a sanctions conference, but of course it reflects what have been identified as the priorities when it comes to sanctions implementation against Russia, particularly over the last 18 months. But underlying all that activity still remains the financial sector, and we were, of course, reminded of that by the US, by the White House, in the world's worst timed Christmas present on the 22nd of December 2023 with the executive order that we will come back to. But I was going to start with some general questions, but before we do, I should maybe just point out that we have some great expertise on the panel. So Jem from Dow Jones obviously supplies important information and data to the private sector, so I hope we can take advantage of that experience. She also has an excellent office in Barcelona, which is freely available for anyone who wants to organize a conference, as we did. Lima, a long-standing and thank you friend of ours and supporter of our work from the Latvian Banking Association. And then Emil, now at Fintrail, which is a consultancy in the UK. But importantly, I remember Emil when he wore short trousers and worked with me at RUSI on sanctions. So we're going to dig into Emil's past while we're up here as well. But I wanted to start with a kind of a serious question. Emil, I'll start with you because you've had an opportunity to work in a number of different spaces over the last couple of years. Just kind of talk us through your perspective on the journey that the private sector, financial private sector, had to go through between February 2022. Maybe any preparation that you were doing, if I can say it out loud, at Stripe before February 2022, and just kind of what it meant for you as the sanctions guy at Stripe in London.
Yeah, thanks for having me here today. It's great to be back in RUSI. It even says RUSI on my name tag, so once you can never truly leave RUSI. And I am still an associate fellow at RUSI as well, so thanks for having me here today. I think we should start by acknowledging that the sanctions imposed after February 2022 were unprecedented for the private sector, both in their scale, and by that I mean the sheer volume of designations, and also the scope of those sanctions measures. So the variety of the different sanctions measures, not just asset freezes, but prohibitions and sectoral sanctions. And it meant that the private sector could only do so much to prepare, really, because I think in the nicest way possible, when we were at RUSI all those years back, we were quite critical about actors like the EU finding a way to deploy this amount of sanctions in such a short amount of time. And I think the private sector were perhaps a little bit surprised that it came at the speed that it did. The private sector had to hire not only for volume, hiring sheer numbers of people in order to deal with the additional alerts, but also hire for expertise, meaning that you can't just have people there who don't know anything about sanctions. You need sanctions regulatory expertise. You need people who are able to read and interpret legislations and regulation that comes out, are able to do more intelligence-based work, think forward and think sort of through different problems. So I think that's really the journey that a lot of the private sector has been on at large, and that's regardless of size. I imagine large global tier one banks were probably better prepared because they had bigger teams and had already done quite a lot of Russia work beforehand. But the level of sort of scale and scope of these sanctions, I think, applied across the industry. We recently did, so at Fintrail, we also run something called the FinTech FinCrime Exchange, which is an association of about 300 FinTech firms throughout the world. We ran an event recently where we asked various firms what preparatory work did they do before Russia in February 2022. And very few had done that work to prepare and set up for what was the deployment of those sanctions. And since then, a huge amount of work has been done, and we can get into that throughout this panel. But I think we really have been on quite a journey, and firms of all sizes have woken up to sanctions regulatory expertise mattering.
So the financial sector was obviously asked to stand up and act fast, and the initial sanctions were primarily traditional financial sanctions, i.e. picked up by the financial sector. You at that time worked for an organization that spanned the globe. So maybe two follow-up questions. The first one is, can you give us a sense of what it means to operate, not just thinking about one sanctions regime, but thinking about multiple non-aligned sanctions regimes, point one. And point two, when did the government ring you up and say, how can we help? We're asking you to do a job. How can we help? Or how did the partnership start to emerge?
Yeah, the first question, it is very tricky, and it was perhaps the trickiest ever with Russia, because in the nicest way possible, it's the first time that the EU and the UK really went out and were quite aggressive in their own right and designed measures that were quite different to what was coming out of the US. A lot of firms beforehand were able to rely on OFAC compliance. If you complied with OFAC, you probably complied across the board. Not always, but that's sort of the general saying. I think now we're in a situation where you actually need to think in quite a lot of detail about the specific measures that have been agreed at the EU level and the specific sanctions coming out of the UK government, because they are distinct. And one of the things that we've found, I mean, the FCA said this in recent guidance, global firms that get by on global policies are not complying with UK sanctions. You need a UK sanctions policy that takes into account what UK ownership and control rules are, which are quite distinct from the OFAC 50% rule, just to take one example. And firms that haven't thought through that and have hired the right expertise to interpret that and understand it and implement it throughout their client database aren't able to comply with UK sanctions. And that has become particularly the case with Russia.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, Leitmer, let's...
I didn't answer your second question, but...
Oh, yeah, well, we can come back to that. We'll come back to that. You're going on a bit. So let's... We'll come back to you. So, Leitmer, let's kind of travel northeast from London. In the nicest possible way, obviously, Latvia is not a global financial center. So when the sanctions started to drop in February 2022, what did that mean for the banking community here? How well prepared was the banking community? And I need to ask a question that Paulis would ask. What did the experience of having gone through the whole Moneyval process perhaps deliver in terms of readiness?
Yes, thank you for having me also in this panel. It's always a pleasure. And I would really start with the journey from the Moneyval process, due to the fact that because of this journey and because of the lessons learned and systems built during that, the banking sector in Latvia, I can reaffirm, was very ready for the upcoming sanctions in February 2022. Maybe not in a sense of the amount, due to the fact the amount and the variety of the sanction specific challenges were totally different as it was previously. But if we are talking about the main sanctions for financial sector, the financial sanctions, then as you, Tom, previously said, it's fire and then ask the questions. It was only firing and shoot, and that's it. There was no need to ask the questions. Not for the sanctioned persons themselves, not for the ones who were controlled by the sanctioned persons, due to the fact that the internal control systems worked very well. If we are talking about the trade sanctions, then the biggest challenge, I would say, was the readiness of the clients to perform the necessary controls, due to the fact that previously the sanction issues were related only to financial sector, and such amount of sanctions and quite strict rules towards that weren't something the business in Latvia here previously thought about. And due to the fact of the large scales of export-import to and from not only Russia, but also CIS countries, of course, affected our businesses a lot. And it took a lot of time for them to pick up the challenges we went through previously.
If I need to mention only in a big words the biggest challenges, I would say that for Latvian financial sector, together with organizing seminars for the clients and to explaining what it means in a one day to wake up next to North Korea, almost, I would say, then the largest challenges were put up by very specific sanctions coming down from European Union. We will definitely repeat it afterwards, like 100,000 euros threshold, like many other reporting requirements to European Commission, which of course, as a private sector representative, I need to say, pushed a lot of administrative burden on private sector, and not always in a sense that it was understandable why. And due to the fact that it took a lot of efforts for us to prepare also these reports and implement maybe not so straightforward sanctions, the resources necessary for implementation were of course huge. Additionally, I went through the emails when I was preparing for this discussion and found out that in January 2022, Finance Latvia Association wanted to initiate the discussions regarding a centralized competent authority at the European Commission for sanction implementation, which of course remained in our emails at February due to the fact that other issues were coming on. So one of the challenges we almost at the very beginning saw, and what now is being solved, we initiated the initiative for centralized institution in Latvia in order to be able to implement and also respond to all the clients' questions we had at that time.
So just to kind of follow up on some of that, and then this will allow me to come back to Emil and ask the question I forgot I asked him. What sort of, obviously a lot of information has come from the government side, whether it's the authorities in Latvia, whether it's from the Commission in Brussels. How have you communicated back to the people that are designing advice and designing sanctions to essentially, hopefully help them design more effective sanctions?
Well, to speak really honest, at the very beginning we were trying more to implement the sanctions, not to initiate any policy changes or to explain why it's not working. There was so many jobs to do that there was no time for that. I'm very thankful for Bank of Latvia. We created like a roadmap. These questions will go through the association. These questions banks will ask directly to Bank of Latvia. So we were able also as a sector to coordinate a lot in a more efficient way, and that diminished the resources on both sides, and we were able to solve the questions during an hours, not weeks. But with regard to specific sanctions, we of course have raised the issues also at the level of European Commission through the European Banking Federation. Some of them have been heard, and I really appreciate that now the private sector has been engaged in a more convenient way in the discussions when it comes to specific, not person-related sanctions, but more or less related sanctions to how financial services work. But there's still a place for improvements.
And Emil, was were the phone calls coming in from HMT and US Treasury saying, how can we make sanctions better? What experience you're having? How did that feedback loop work?
So I think there was obviously quite a lot of engagement in the UK at different tiers of the financial sector, right? So I think a really great example, and credit where credit's due, is the licensing and the general licenses. A lot of those, to my understanding, were done with feedback and input from the private sector, but obviously some of those general licenses applied to big banks that had complex operations and having to withdraw and kind of do complicated wind down and things like that. So I think that's where the initial priority was in terms of outreach, and perhaps not at the smaller firms. We've seen things like the red alerts, which are helpful, but if you were doing your job as a sanctions compliance professional in-house, you probably already saw those trends 6-9 months ago, but they are helpful. I think where perhaps the biggest impact in terms of outreach to the private sector has been in the UK has actually been on the FCA side. The FCA has found, the Financial Conduct Authority, the UK supervisor, has found newfound energy on sanctions, are doing reviews of sanctions systems and controls. They're testing their screening systems to ensure that they are fit for purpose and putting out good and bad practice, which is incredibly helpful for firms at the moment. The feedback loop, I really want to sort of inquire about that a bit more, because there was, I think one of the speakers from FIU Estonia said, if you have any questions about whether this person is sanctioned, you can come to us and we will tell you what to do with those funds. Whereas in the UK, the approach, as we also heard, has been it is up to firms to ensure that they comply with those sanctions. I would love a little hotline that you could call up and say, is this person sanctioned? I think that would have been a helpful steer to have. And then also that feedback loop, I wonder, when you then uncover something in the private sector, oh, this person controls X entity, or we have found these subsidiaries, you submit that maybe in a breach report to OFC, firms could do that, or through an STR to a FIU in your EU member state. But how does that actually feed back into designations? I'm not quite sure if it does. How does it feed back into updated designations so that the whole industry can benefit from that? That's perhaps where we're missing a bit of a feedback loop.
Great, thank you very much. Now, Jem, Dow Jones, a brain's trust of information that the private sector can draw on. What was your experience in that sort of Feb to June, July 2022 experience? What were you seeing from your clients? What demands were they putting on your services?
A little bit like Emil has said, it was the volume and the pace, I think, which took our clients by surprise. And they also expected that the volume and pace would diminish. And what we've seen is that it hasn't. It has been totally sustained, which has put pressure on sort of compliance teams, whether it is sanctions or trade compliance teams. We have seen that increase as well in staffing levels, which has also created its own issues in terms of churn, where you have immaturities of teams, or even if there's a mature process in place, which often we see in the large financial institutions, you will see that not necessarily the maturity of the teams, the longevity that you talked about this morning. We've also seen people move from public to private and private to public sector, as there is that scramble for the expertise. But back to on the data side. So February 2022 was, everybody said that's when the sanctions really kind of kicked in. Of course, that's true. March 2022 was, I think that was the horror in terms of people dealing with list volumes. And when we monitor the list volumes that we have, we always wrap up sort of US, EU, UK, and UN together when we talk about priority sanctions, because those are the ones that the bulk of global operators are concerned about. And so we saw in February 22, I think it was about updates, and by that I mean sort of the adds and additions and deletions from lists of about 1,200. And that is what in the month of February 22. It was then 3,000 in March 2022. And if we look back at the 13 package, the EU package, and the sanctions that marked the second anniversary, so that was over 2 days, we processed sort of updates in 2 days, the equivalent of what we did in February 2022. So it's not going away. And the other thing that we have seen is a lot of sanctioning trailing, like messaging, signaling, which is obviously the intent, is you're signaling we are taking action. And we've seen that particularly with the EU packages. And that has created a great deal of agitation in the private sector, saying, we know the EU has announced that it's going to be the 13th package. And we've heard that for about a month before anything happens. And it's almost like you're getting daily calls, emails, sort of frantic messages saying, have you got them? When are they coming? What's going to be in them? Can you put them in now? And it's like, well, no, we can't. We can't share them because we haven't got them either. So can you guess? That was one of my favorite from a French bank. It's like, I don't think that will help. So that's the type of thing. And then the other thing was help us. We were getting from compliance teams, help us tell the story internally. Help us tell our CEO or ours in the C-suite why we are so busy, why we are crunching, why we're asking for more resources, or why our IT systems need a bit of a kick. So that's kind of the stuff we've saw.
So obviously Dow Jones is not an implementer per se in the way a bank might be, but it's also a very valuable source of information. So, I mean, I'm curious, what sort of dialogue and connection do you have with government authorities? You know, do they reach out to you to use your data? Do they reach out to you to understand trends? Sort of what sort of connection might there be there?
The connection isn't of that nature. The connection is more that if we have something, we would go through, say, an industry association like, I mean, obviously in the UK, it's UK Finance, to kind of feedback. We would also feedback directly through some of the just general public channels that we have to say, look, we've noticed this, or, but it's more about the data that we see from them, saying, actually, is this correct? We think you're sanctioning this person, but we have noticed that either the US or Canada or somebody else has sanctioned it under this name or with this date of birth or this address or these company links. Is this who you mean? And that's the type of thing that we would feedback.
So you play a sort of a data integrity role, and
we
so,
like to think so.
But then how does that play out? Do you sort of see the next day an amendment posted online, or I mean, how does that get you?
Yeah, it can be a mixed bag depending on which. I'm very conscious that we have somebody in the room who used to be at OFSI, and so we would feedback, and there would be, it was very, very good. You would see updates. There are some, some entities who will actually send you a thank you message and say, it will be updated ASAP, and then there are others who will say thank you, and you don't know what action is going to be taken, but then you will see it a little while later. No.
Okay, so there is someone answering the emails. And in terms of the clients you have, yes, they want you to develop a Dow Jones crystal ball that can describe who's going to be sanctioned next. But what other demands have there been on your services? So I'm thinking, for example, the sanctions have become less and less about names on lists. I mean, there are still names going on lists, and more about activities and kind of broader issues that are more difficult to get your arms around. I mean, how does that feature in the dialogue you have?
So quite often you will have questions of what else do you have beyond a list, and for some time since 2014 we have actually been providing entities that are under control by sanctions subjects sanctioned by EU, UK, and US. So that has been of paramount importance or interest to a lot of clients who didn't necessarily subscribe to that particular aspect. We've had my favorite one, which we declined, was a request, could we build a database of all Russian nationals? Nice. And I think that it sums up that people were scrambling to think, actually, we have solved sanctions-related problems in the past by using structured list data, either compiled by us or others, or put out by a regulator. And so they think that's the way to solve everything, and of course it isn't. So other things that we've been asked for that we can help with is kind of list of dual-use goods. We've been doing that for quite some time, and it doesn't necessarily garner a lot of interest or excitement, but post-February 22, obviously people are a lot more interested in lists of the dual-use goods, and then of course adding in the high priority list. So expertise on ball bearings and all the rest to the fore. So yeah, that's the type of thing.
Okay. So Emil, just following on from that, is it fair to say that sanctions went from being relatively one-dimensional, i.e. screening lists, to having to think more laterally about activities and so on. And if you would agree with that statement, how does that actually play out when you're sitting in a sort of sanctions function in a financial organization?
Yeah, perhaps I'll just add one more list at Dow Jones that I think anyone should really be looking at, which is adverse media screening has become so relevant when it comes to Russia sanctions, and particularly sort of sectoral sanctions and trade controls and things like that. Because before someone ends up on a list, what we've often seen is stuff in the media, investigative journalism, these battlefield goods from this manufacturer ending up here, and it allows that kind of negative news stories being fed through screening from providers like Dow Jones, allows the private sector to take proactive steps before a full designation happens, because there is sort of designation takes political impetus, but actually adverse media screening is of real relevance when it comes to Russia. So then that leads me into the due diligence piece, which goes beyond just list-based sanctions. I'll pick one example, which has already been mentioned a little bit today. Someone said earlier, a lot of the industries that are now, or services that are now prohibited to Russia, those services don't even know themselves that they are under sanctions and they can't provide those services to Russia. So then you've got a problem. You are a financial institution and you've got clients who don't realize that they are not allowed to provide certain services to Russia. It means that banks and financial institutions have to do that work. So suddenly, if you have an accounting firm, for example, or a management consultancy firm, or anyone providing IT consulting services, when the UK is advertising, like it's really broad categories, and those are not categories of clients that you would necessarily have rated high risk before. So you might not have classified them in that way. You might not have done that level of due diligence on those clients before, and you might not be able to reach out and say, hey, do you know your obligations on Russia sanctions? Because you'll get a blank response back. So the complexities of doing that, kind of deploying high-risk monitoring, enhanced due diligence to clients that have just not been part of it before for a very specific purpose, specifically when you are perhaps a financial institution that has a lot of those clients, or payments companies where it's just brick-and-mortar businesses that are suddenly within scope. Deploying that throughout your customer portfolio takes a lot of effort, and asking the right questions and getting the right data in order to uncover any links to Russia. The onus is on financial institutions to do that work because businesses themselves don't yet know that they're actually prohibiting from providing those services.
So I asked you earlier on about contact with, if you like, the usual suspects, US Treasury, HM Treasury, OFSI, and the like. What about, did you see any change in contact from the government departments that perhaps are more interested in things like, you know, the advertising sector or departments of business and trade?
No.
No.
Okay. The focus so far has been on the implementation of financial sanctions, is my opinion. We have seen the newly announced OTSI, the Office of Trade Sanctions Implementation in the UK. I'm excited to see how that will play out because I think it will create new momentum behind the implementation of trade sanctions and kind of give that more power, but no, otherwise no.
I'm excited to see a minister stand up in Parliament and say OTSI. That's quite an ugly word. So we talked about, we talked just very briefly at the beginning, we referred to the nightmare before Christmas. So Lima, I'm gonna come to you. Where were you in the late afternoon of Friday, February the 22nd, as that executive order dropped? And more importantly, how did the community, the banking community in Latvia respond?
As far as I remember, quite calm evening. To be brief and honest, for Latvian financial sector, the Christmas nightmare wasn't really a nightmare. Due to the fact that Latvian financial sector are following USA OFAC sanctions already for years, it's not only mandatory but also voluntary. So there was no a huge wave of emails in my email at the moment when the amendments to executive order came out. We have minor problems more related to licenses issued by the state here, due to the fact that, of course, US OFAC sanctions may overlap with the European Union sanctions, and if we receive a license for European Union sanction, which overlaps with USA OFAC sanction. We are in a question what to do due to the fact that, of course, our institutions cannot issue a license for OFAC sanctions. But that is and still remains the only, I would say, small nightmare for our financial sector. Nevertheless, we, of course, saw a huge wave of worries at European Banking Federation level. It caused a lot of discussions, a lot of questions, which are still on the table and are being discussed between the European banks at federation level and US OFAC. If I may, I wanted just a little bit to add up to the cooperation with the government and the effect on financial institutions explaining to the clients the consequences. US OFAC sanctions actually was one of the big deals which we needed to explain a lot for our customers due to the fact that most of them, of course, expected European Union sanctions to be on the table only, and that OFAC sanctions relates only to financial institutions. It took a lot of time to explain that, of course, if you are using the services of the financial institutions, you need to follow up also with the requirements for financial institutions. But how we created this cooperation with the government, we created a lot of video seminars recorded both by financial sector experts, by government experts, which explained for the trade union participants, for the corporations, also for individuals, how the sanctions work. And as far as we saw, it made an effect, and at least some percent of the questions which were directed only to financial institutions were solved, and society became more knowledgeable about sanction effects on their business.
So one thing we've heard about in the last couple of days is the increasing desire of member states to actually come up with their own lists. So obviously you have a kind of former Magnitsky list here in Latvia already. There is some, this is my word, not the word that's been used to me, but it's a kind of frustration at the rate at which sanctions are being developed in Brussels, and therefore some countries are going their own way. So Gemma, I want to come to you. How does Dow Jones navigate this fragmentation? Do you also cover sort of national lists in what you do?
Yes.
Do you want to say a bit more than that? That was a really bad question for me because it just allowed you to say yes, and then I look like a lemon.
No, indeed. And this has been something that we've been doing for quite some time. It's not new because you have sort of sanctions lists put out by, say, France. I keep picking on France. I don't mean to, but if they've got a national terrorism list that is different to what is in an EU list, or isn't exactly sort of an exact replica, than you do. So we have seen, yes, people having problems with either obviously people would rely on UN sanctions previously as well. And obviously there's not much budging there, and so we would be doing national lists.
You can, and thank you for putting your hand up. That was very polite.
Well, I did want to just interject. I think one thing that really needs to be clarified there is the regulatory status, because you've got a lot of firms who are established and regulated in one member state using that license to passport into other member states. And it is not, I don't think it's clear to all firms the extent to which, if you're making use of passporting, the extent to which you need to implement the national lists in the countries that you're passporting into. And if so, are you only implementing those to the customers that you are passporting to, or throughout your organization? I don't have I think some greater clarity on that, on national lists within the EU, as it is a trend that we're seeing, perhaps needs to be done because of that.
Yes, and of course that allows me to do my half-hourly mention of harmonization, the importance thereof. So Lima, actually, it's a good opportunity to bring you back in. When you talk to your members in Latvia, who obviously do operate across borders, I think when we talked about this last, the kind of cross-border issue was a major challenge. Has that got any better? Has it got worse? Where are we on that?
It remains a challenge, definitely. I remember one specific thing, actually, at the very beginning of the sanctions, where we had a lot of interpretations regarding how the control is established with regard to sanctioned entities. And Latvian financial sector with regard to Alpha Bank were different with other jurisdictions, and it caused, of course, a lot of misunderstandings, misinterpretations, disputes with the clients, etc. Well, now the problem more or less is solved by Alpha Bank being on the list, but at that time, the thing which seemed so understandable, that the approach towards the control needs to be understood unanimously and in the same manner, it remains and is one of the challenges which definitely need to be solved as soon as possible in appropriate way. Not, of course, at least in interpretation with regard to one sanction regime. We are not expecting more, but at least with regard to that. If we are talking about so-called jurisdiction shopping, maybe, etc., of course, it adds additional challenges in cases where sanction risk management systems is not implemented in a maybe strict way how it is in Latvia. It comes down to expectations from the clients that banks will act in the same way all over. And it leads in a lot of cases with misunderstandings with banks where Latvian banks, for example, are de-risking and where it is just an appropriate approach towards the client in accordance both with sanction law and with sanction regulation and additionally also with AML regulation due to the fact that in a lot of cases the first one brings up another. Where is a crime, it sometimes happens twice. So for the harmonization, of course, the expectations are high, and banking sector would love to see a harmonized approach towards the EU, also with regard to centralized competent authority, but we understand how it is challenging and that it is time-consuming and may come later, but it's better later than never.
Yeah, I always say the EU is a relentless force. It moves very slowly. It gets there eventually. But yes, sooner rather than later, I think would be the preference. Now, Jem, I want to take advantage of your experience, because although we've been talking thus far about the financial industry, as I said at the very beginning, we've obviously talked a lot about the corporate sector as well. So I wonder if I could just ask you, my assumption is that the main clients you have are from the financial sector. But do you also have clients from the corporate sector, and how have you seen that develop given the challenges that those industries have faced?
Yes, I think we started out our business in 2000, and it really was predominantly then we were catering for the financial industry. But now we are definitely seeing, we have seen in the last, I would say it's in the last 10 years, like a shift. And some corporates have got really, really sophisticated compliance programs, whether it's sanctions or know your customer or just the whole kind of supply chain piece. Very, very, very sophisticated. So I don't, I'm always cautious, and I want to urge people not to underestimate what is happening. And in the course of the last 2 days, interesting talking about customs, talking about logistics, talking about freight, cargo. We have a lot of companies who have been screening for a very, very long time, screening against sanctions, kind of in the cargo, freight forwarding, logistics space, airlines, the lot. And we have seen a lot of interest from corporates, kind of companies in all sorts of industries. We've also had a lot of clients for years in the energy sector. And I think that's probably because of the jurisdictions in which they were operating or moving in and out of, depending on where was sanctioned. So yes, we have a long tradition of companies wanting to use data like ours and seeing much more interest from smaller companies now who have realized that there needs to be budget and there needs to be people working with data like ours or that of our peers.
Just on that, sorry, I'm going to take the, whatever it's called, chair's privilege on this. Are you seeing any interest? Because one of the things which strikes us is there are obviously all these smaller companies that really struggle, and they're the ones, that, like Emil says, they don't even know that their sector is perhaps subject to sanction. Are you seeing any interest from trade associations, for example, who might be wanting to set up things like shared services?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, another yes.
Another question where I say
yes.
yes. Well done, Tom. What a waste of space you are.
Obviously don't really want to kind of, but yes, we do. And I think that is the way. We've also seen that even in the financial sector over time, when you had, sort of in the past as well, where you had groups kind of coming together through an organization. Say, if you had savings banks in a particular country, they couldn't do it on their own, so they would go through a savings bank association. And it's a little bit like that. You're seeing sometimes through an association of some sort.
So I wanted to come back to Laima and to Emil, because Emil, you talked about the FinTech FinCrime Exchange, which I should say was founded at RUSI originally in 2017. But also whenever I come to the Baltic states, people are very quick to make sure I understand the difference between the kind of the payment services industry and the traditional banking sector. So Emil, I'll start with you. Do you want to kind of talk about some of the different challenges that you hear between, if you like, the formal traditional banking sector and the FinTech community, which you obviously swim in nowadays?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps the first thing to point out is that FinTech is no longer just startups. FinTech has been around for a while. We now have some very large FinTechs that have thousands of employees and actually have more employees than many banks. But the FinTech space sort of goes from that small startup, which can literally be 5 people in a kitchen deciding to set up a payment firm, through to a global payment infrastructure company, upwards of sort of 10,000 employees or something like that. What's the common denominator of many fintechs is that a lot of them are not regulated banks. They are EMIs, they are electronic money institutions, they are payment firms who rely on the services of banks. So you've got a lot of fintechs who have banking partners. They store their money at banks, perhaps. They use banking rails provided by their banking partners in order to provide the payment services that they do. And it means that there is sort of this second relationship. It's not just to the regulator, but actually a lot of the expectations on compliance are also passed down from banking partners. So you've sort of got the two to deal with. You've got some fintechs that then become so big that they go out and get their own banking license. You've got like Monzo in the UK is a great example. Monzo is a fully regulated bank in its own right. But until you get to that stage, I think a lot of people don't realize the sort of different banking partners that you have to rely on. Often you have a banking partner in this jurisdiction that services this part of the world, this jurisdiction that services this part of the world. They might have different criteria, they might have different high-risk jurisdictions, they might have different prohibited countries. And having to align that with your regulatory expectations can get quite complex.
Laima, your perspective on that differential?
Can only agree. It's I don't even have to go global. I can see what's happening in Baltics. We cannot even have the same approach in 3 countries with quite similar approach and same banks. But to agree and complement with regard to fintechs, of course they are becoming larger, more not only effective but stronger with huger client bases. And it is wrong to expect that traditional banks are outsourced compliance staff for them as a players. It's not like that, and the expectations with the regulation also for them is high enough. So it is expected from traditional banks that they will just, how to say, do their job. Unfortunately, what we see from the environment, but it's not reference to any player of the fintech field, that in the discussions when we are discussing the availability of banking services, we have a full room with the speakers also from fintech industry. But for example, in the compliance sessions, when we are talking about how you can raise your compliance knowledge, how you can implement the requirements, then there's only a few, and that at the moment makes the difference where you can or cannot provide the services properly, because it's definitely more, I would say it's more easy for them to do compliance function on their own than to await for the bank to evaluate them additionally to regulator. That would be expectation.
So just a reminder, if you want to ask any questions. I'm diligently checking slido.com for hashtag sanctions 2024. So do please ask questions if you have any burning ones that you feel I should be putting to the panel. I want to now really zoom in on the question of partnership, and I want to ask kind of each of the three of you, starting with Emil. I'll start with you to give Jem time to have a think. Give us a couple of good examples of partnership that you have seen over the last 2 years between the public and the private sector, and then I'll ask each of Lima and Jem to take the same question.
A couple of good examples. I think I mentioned licensing already, so I won't talk about that again, but I think that is a good example, to my understanding, that was done with sort of industry feedback in mind.
Can I just cut in there? Because licensing was done because the sanctions were not designed correctly. Discuss.
You said that, I didn't say that.
But does that suggest that there should have been partnership in advance of the sanctions being designed so that the licenses weren't needed? Carry on.
So the Chelsea license was interesting, right? Because that was one that had to be redone in the 24 hours after the designation, because so using that specific example, your point is probably true.
Well done, Emil. Right, carry on.
I'm trying to think of sort of good public-private. I'm going to bring up the FCA again, because I actually think the FCA is doing some really good work in the UK. It put out a good and bad practice in September, which was based on a review of a number of firms that it put out. It put out very clear expectations to the industry of this is what we expect to see when we come in and visit you, when we do our supervisory visits. And I think we need that level of engagement where it's not just you violated sanctions, now let's penalize you, or this person is sanctioned, now implement it. We need to actually do the more proactive, preventative work. It's about setting up the proper systems and controls. Something as simple as one of the FCA's recommendations, which can seem quite simple, is to have the right management information available to your board so that they understand your sanctions exposure risk, to be able to pull out a figure of how many payments did we have to Russia before February 2022, and how many payments do we have to Kazakhstan now. And if you're not able to compare those two figures like for like and pull that information out and display it to your board, you're not going to get a real view of your risk. And I think there's been more work done on the supervisory side in the UK to get industry to understand that better, if that makes sense. It's a slight cop-out, but I'll leave it.
No, I'll take that because it's not something I've heard people say much about previously. Lima, from your perspective.
Well, Emil started with UK. I, of course, will complement Latvian public-private, private-private partnerships, etc. So to start on political level, we really appreciated the cooperation, which happened actually only on public side, public institutions side, but we were listened from private sector side too, with regard to companies which fall under the sanction regimes, but were very important for the state, certain goods or other issues, specifically by mentioning those who held chemicals which could be dangerous for the nature, and of course banks were like hostages by not being able to perform the transactions, which may have caused a huge catastrophe. So it was very good to see that even if we are not at the table, the things what we were raising up were heard and solved in a very fast manner. That's for coordination at a very high level. For everyday's job, the way how we started to work with our regulator in order not only to obtain, to understand where it's necessary to obtain licenses and how to make them work and not being amended in the next day, it helped a lot to cooperate with Bank of Latvia, and also the guidance from their side to actually accept the goal we all felt that that sanctions and restrictions comes first due to the main goal of the sanctions to stop the war. So approach from the regulator to accept that we will take a conservative approach towards the sanction implementation helped a lot. Due to the fact that when you are not being able to explain that, sorry, but if we have even a little doubts that it fits, it most probably will be a no. It helped that we had a support for that. Additionally, of course, huge help was previously established public-private partnership under the FIU, both for creating a typology document for sanction evasion types together with the private sector and afterwards delivered to everyone in the private sector, and also the possibility to come at the one table in case of operational issues to be able to solve them very quickly. I will add additionally also European level. We weren't maybe the biggest givers to this platform, the Europol public-private partnership, but nevertheless the information we were able to retrieve specifically with regard to typologies also helped and gave us a wider perspective which what may come from the other European Union countries which have, I would say, a little bit different perspective specifically for trade sanctions.
Yeah, a shout out to Eric and his friends at Europol for all the work that they do is warranted indeed. Jem, what good examples have you seen of public-private partnership?
I think I've already mentioned UK Finance, where that brings together representatives of government and particularly financial institutions. And it feels like there needs to be more of that. And that is because it's very, very good organ for feeding back from both sides and sharing information and guidance and updates on general licenses, stuff like that. When it comes to, I think you had a different question, put words in your mouth, which was, what was your plea? What would my plea be?
That was going to be my last question. You can now answer that question because I'm then going to go back down the road.
Lovely. Yeah. Okay. So obviously everything I talk about, it's very data centric because that's what we do. We provide risk data. And one of the things is having recognition that actually, companies like ourselves that provide data or services, we are actually we're making a valuable contribution to kind of the ecosystem that is supporting financial institutions and corporates in their sanctions compliance endeavors. And speaking of, data, my plea is to, anybody in the room that is responsible for sanctions lists is please, please, please make it as clear as possible. It's a bit of my mantra that if you're talking about companies, please, if you've got an address, if you've got anything that will make it really, really clear which company it is, that is going to really make your sanctions much more effective than if you just put a name out there with nothing else that is going to really help people identify who or what it is. We see really poor data, as we would call it, if you don't have a full name or a date of birth. If you're putting Russians on a list, please, 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 they have patronymics, those middle bits, give us the middle names as well, because that will help so many operators screen effectively and get the right people and not have false positives, which then makes people drown and then delays the whole process. And if they can then get good data to make good STRs or SARs, then it's helping the whole process and the whole flow of data, and that is always my plea.
Very good. Emil, what would be your one ask to ensure public-private partnership makes sanctions work more effectively in 2024?
Yeah. I'll just quickly say on UK Finance, I agree with you, but sadly not everyone is a member of UK Finance. It is a very small club of very large banks. So I think perhaps that could be changed a little bit. On the EU, picking up what Jem said earlier, on the trailing of designations, we talked about it a little bit earlier today, sort of the trailing of designations, press release, sanctions have been agreed, and the private sector says, well, where are they then? So then they get published in the EU journal later that day, and then they make their way to the consolidated list maybe a month later. In the meantime, you've got private sector companies sitting on Dow Jones, frantically refreshing, waiting for Dow Jones analysts to do their research into the ownership and control structures below those designated entities in order to map out the network. It just means that every designation, and particularly in Russia, where we're talking about ownership and control throughout the European financial system, it means for every designation, there's that frantic kind of refresh in order to make sure that you freeze before they take their assets and leave. And I think that's perhaps where we could do a bit better. And then finally, I know you only asked for one, but I've said already, that feedback loop. What happens when someone reports an evasion or a breach? When someone says, I've got additional information about this designated person, does that make its way back into designations? Is still a question that I have.
Okay, we may have to play for a bit of time because our guest from the US hasn't joined yet. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. But Lima, what's your one plea? The boys are in the front row here. What do you expect the newly empowered FIU to do to make it work better?
I was ready to give another plea, not for the FIU, due to the fact that they already are doing a great job.
Good answer.
From our side, one of the plea may be, please not ask for additional data. The financial institutions already are giving almost everything we have, and the expectations to create more and more perspectives from which we can look at the one and the same data set. It creates a huge administrative burden, which we are taking away from sanction specialists who can work on everyday's job better. Additionally, it goes together with my one and only plea for please, let's use the data we already have. We have a lot of them. Maybe we can look forward to a more transparent environment, and where it is Russia-related issues, we need to pin it to the wall. It's not because of the shame, but because at this moment, these connections are endangering also other business players, etc. So the consequences, if really somebody is still doing the business with Russia, is still engaging, of course, he understands by himself that it's a huge business risk. And due to the fact of how huge this risk is, the other business players are, it need to be approved for them to know as well.
So to pick up on something that Pierre-Arnaud was talking about, and I think is probably a theme of what we've talked about today, and indeed an upcoming podcast episode, which my colleague Gonzalo has hosted for us. How do we then get to a point where actually what we're talking about here is kind of quality of sanctions, quality of implementation over more? What is it? Feedback loop? Is it? What are the things that we need to be doing from the private sector side to encourage that that mindset in the public sector? Emil.
I think some of that is happening now because the switch has gone. While we're still seeing new sanctions designations, that's sort of on the scale, the volume side. The scope side that I talked about earlier has gone away a little bit. We're not thinking up new ways of sanctioning anymore, which frees up some time in the private sector to spend more time on doing intelligence work and kind of doing that more proactive work. I think it's important to... Sorry, I completely lost my train of thought there. I had a point, and it just leaves completely.
Well, Emil, the good news is that our guest from America has now joined the line. So your gabbling away there has been saved by Michael Khoo, who will join us in a second. I promised Paulis that we would stay rigorously on time with Swiss efficiency. So we're going to call it a day there, but I really do appreciate the contribution from the team in green with the Green Book. Emil, Lima, and Jem, thank you very much for your insights, and please thank the panel. Okay, so feels like the Mary Celeste up here. If you know what that is, everyone's vanished. Right, so we are going to be joined by Michael Khoo, who is the co-director of Task Force KleptoCapture, an animated movie coming to you from a cinema soon. That was very efficient. Michael, good morning. How are you? Can you hear us okay?
I'm back. I'm very well.
We're just waiting to fix the sound on this end. Can someone give me a sign from the sound booth when we think we might have some sound? Michael, while we're just waiting for the sound to be fixed, thank you very much for navigating this weird time of the year where the United States decides to leap forward or spring forward before we get round to it in Europe. It suddenly occurred to me this morning when I woke up that we might have a bit of trouble with the time zone, but should we try the sound again? Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We've got some unfortunate feedback. Sorry about this.
No worries.
That sounds much better. So, Michael, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You join us at the end of a spirited day of discussion here in Riga, hosted by the Latvian FIU about making sanctions work in 2024. I'm just wondering if we could perhaps start, if you could just kind of bring us up to date on what the task force KleptoCapture has been doing, but also kind of how it started and what the mission was back in 2022.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been exactly that, just over 2 years now. The task force was set up immediately following Russia's further invasion of Ukraine back in February of 2022. I'm sure all of us will recall that day. Shortly after that, President Biden, in his State of the Union address, announced that the U.S. government would be going after and making sure that the sanctions that we have put in place, along with our partners and allies, had real teeth, and that we would be vigorously enforcing those. And so just a few days after that, the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, created Task Force KleptoCapture. So this would have been in very early March of 2022, about 2 years ago. At that time, I was asked to join the task force as a deputy director, later elevated to a co-director with a colleague from our National Security Division. So for the last 2 years, that has been one of our primary focuses has been to make sure that the sanctions regimes, the export control regimes, the various economic countermeasures that the United States has put in place, again, in concert with our partners and allies, including Latvia, I should mention, were vigorously enforced, and that when we had evidence of attempts to evade those sanctions, attempts to evade those export controls, that we would take action. We would investigate, we would bring charges, we would prosecute individuals, and we would convict. And we have done so over the last 2 years. We have a number of cases that we brought, and we already have defendants who have pled guilty to these charges. In addition to that, I'll add, another significant part of the task force's work is to identify and trace the assets, the property, the wealth that is connected to this illicit activity, whether those are the profits of illegal procurement networks or attempts to move or transact in blocked or frozen property. We identify that and we use our forfeiture tools, sometimes referred to as confiscation, to obtain those assets. And the flip side of what we do is, where possible, repurpose those assets for the benefit of Ukraine, to assist with reconstruction, with remediation, and to support Ukraine as it resists Russian aggression. So there's a little bit of poetic justice there of taking away from the Russian networks and using it to support the Ukrainian victims here.
Well, amen to that, and let's hope there's a lot more of that. But I wanted to just build a little bit on what you said there, because this was not a standing start for the United States. There has been a history of thinking about response to kleptocracy. So perhaps you could just explain a little bit of that history and maybe how that history and experience has allowed you to really move forward quite quickly with the task force initiative.
I think there are two threads to that, actually, and both of which the United States has some history with and some experience with. One, of course, is just the sanctions regimes. I spoke about the task force as having been stood up in February or March of 2022, but of course the sanctions targeting Russian aggression go back to 2014 with the purported annexation of Crimea. So we have many years of history of imposing and enforcing those kinds of sanctions. Now that was sort of turbocharged after the invasion, and I think we had the benefit of alignment not just within the U.S. government, but with partners around the world, other government partners, as well as the private sector. So I think we were able to be a lot more effective in that space. But again, that's something that we've been active in for some time. The second part is really the kleptocracy aspect of this, or the financial investigations, and that's actually where my background is. Prior to joining the task force, I was an attorney, a prosecutor in the money laundering and asset recovery section. I worked in their international unit, the main focus of which was to identify high-level corruption, embezzlement, malfeasance, self-dealing in foreign nations, and then to identify the assets, trace them, forfeit them, and return them back to those victim countries. So marrying that kind of skill set with a sanctions skill set, I think, is what the task force was able to do, to bring those two prongs and those two areas of expertise together in a very effective way.
And seemingly, indeed, very effective. The second anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion was greeted, amongst other things, by a pretty impressive rap sheet that the task force announced. So maybe you could talk us through some of those cases and perhaps lessons we might want to learn from them.
Yeah, absolutely. So right around the second anniversary, late February, we did unveil a series of actions that were the results of years of work, years of investigation, cases that we had opened up as part of the task force, and were able to see the fruits of that effort, as I say, in the February timeframe. That included indictments of a number of Russian oligarchs, SDNs, including Andrei Kostin, the chairman of VTB Bank, as well as, in connection with that case, the arrest of 2 US-based facilitators. So we're not just looking at the oligarchs themselves or sort of the top nodes, but we're looking at the people who facilitate their activity, who help them hide assets, help them move assets, help them procure Western technology illegally. And so that's been a significant focus of what we've been working on. In addition to that, we had an indictment of a Russian money laundering network that had been moving well over $100 million of Russian money through the United States on points onward in an attempt to obscure the origin of those funds. We had a civil forfeiture action filed against some luxury condominiums in the Miami area. So a whole host of activity in that latter part of February, and I think demonstrating sort of the breadth of what we do, indicting people, charging people, disrupting illicit financial networks, and also the asset forfeiture prong initiated in the Florida case that I mentioned. And this sort of capped, the 2-year existence of the task force, in which, over that time, if you add what we were able to accomplish in that rollout in February, just over 70 individuals now charged with sanctions evasion, export control violations, and related crimes. So it's a significant amount of work that we've been up to these last 2 years.
So you say it's a significant amount of work. Obviously, it's reaping rewards, bearing fruit. But what challenges do you face? For example, you mentioned that you've indicted some enablers. There are people out there who make money out of trying to make your job difficult. So what are some of the challenges that you face, and perhaps how are you being able to overcome those?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The targets that we have, they intentionally work very hard to cover their tracks, to layer their holdings or their wealth through shell companies in offshore jurisdictions, through complicated trust structures. And they do this intentionally, of course, to make it more difficult for us to prove our case, or to trace the assets, or to really demonstrate who the power behind the curtain actually is. So that's always a challenge, but that just sort of comes with territory here. Related to that is the fact that this is a global issue. This is not something that the United States, of course, can or would attempt to address on its own. This kind of conduct crosses international borders and affects countries around the world, which is a double-edged sword in some ways. One, it gives us an opportunity to work very closely with our partners in the European Union and elsewhere, but it also can create, some obstacles where the United States' legal system does not necessarily mesh or harmonize entirely with its partners around the world, and as a result, there can be some gaps or that we have to close up. That takes some creative thinking to figure out how we can partner and make our legal systems work harmoniously. I think the good thing, though, is that in this space in particular, there's more than enough goodwill and more than enough support for this kind of activity, both to support Ukraine and to counter Russian aggression, that people are really making the best efforts to find ways to cooperate together and to make sure that requests for assistance and so forth are expedited and handled as quickly as possible and with the full support possible.
Yeah, someone noted to us on a recent visit to Washington, D.C. that when requests are made for information or collaboration in the context of kleptocracy, then the responses from international partners seem to be much quicker than when they're made on, I don't know, AML or kind of run-of-the-mill financial crime stuff. So kind of with that, maybe you could talk a little bit about the international collaboration and, again, kind of architecture and relationships that have been stood up since February 2022. How are those working? What would you point to there?
There are a number of opportunities, I think, some multilateral, some bilateral, some formal, some less formal. I mean, just to take an example, the repo task force, which was created around the same time that our KleptoCapture task force was created. Repo is a multilateral form of the G7 plus that includes the European Union as well as a few other nations. And it was really an opportunity for those partners and allies to exchange information, exchange leads, exchange tips, and also, I think, really to build out some of that harmonization that I was speaking about. I mean, one of the things that we learned very early in the process, for example, was that not all countries criminalized sanctions evasion. For some countries, it was a civil or regulatory matter. And as a result, it became difficult for us in certain instances to request mutual legal assistance for our criminal investigations when our partner countries didn't treat the conduct in the same way. We were able to find, some creative ways to work around that. But I think more importantly, as a result of that, identifying that gap, the European Commission, there's a directive now that will require European Union member states to criminalize sanctions evasion. And that will take a little time for that to be incorporated into domestic legislation and so forth. But that's an example, I think, of where coming together and discussing these ideas in a multilateral forum will pay dividends down the road. And that's the kind of legacy, I think, that will outlast the current conflict in Ukraine and will be, available as a tool for crises that may arise in the future. So that's, I think, a significant benefit from this.
So you've brought me very nicely onto an area that I wanted to explore with you a little bit, because, of course, noting that there has been an anti-kleptocracy initiative in the US for a number of years prior to February 2022. Nonetheless, it's become a fashionable, dare I say it, topic over the last 2 years. So what do you think we should be doing now to make sure that this is a sustainable initiative, that we're talking about kleptocracy writ large, not just kleptocracy related to Russia or to the tragic war in Ukraine?
I think there are a number of initiatives that are already underway and have been for some time. I think, of course, the tragedy in Ukraine has really sharpened the mind and drawn a lot of attention to it. And, of course, no one would have wished to see the suffering in Ukraine or the invasion that's taken place. But to the extent that it can highlight some of these issues and allow us to adapt and be better prepared in the future, we want to take advantage of that opportunity. But the things that, and this goes back to your earlier question about some of the difficulties of this kind of work, the things that always sort of present obstacles are transparency, really, and the ability of individuals and their enablers, their trust and corporate service providers, the lawyers, the money managers, to build these elaborate shells and to do so in jurisdictions that don't offer good transparency into ultimate beneficial ownership. And so this is something that even here in the United States, we've had to grapple with I think, taking steps towards piercing some of that opaqueness and trying to provide a level of transparency and visibility into that. And to the extent that, other nations are coming along in that direction, or maybe even ahead of the United States in that direction, I think all of those things are good and positive. But then again, I think just the message that this kind of corruption, high-level government corruption, the consequences of it in terms of hollowing out states, in terms of the social consequences of it in terms of allowing criminal networks then to take root in failed states or states that are suffering under high-level systemic endemic corruption. Understanding what the real consequences of this, and then it's not just theft here or there or sort of unseemly enrichment. It has real consequences, not just for the individuals in those countries, but for global security as well, to the extent that you have significant criminal networks taking advantage of that kind of failure of a state.
Yeah, so important to kind of embed the lessons and to make sure that they are sustainable. Just a final question before we close out. What should we expect to see from the Task Force KleptoCapture in 2024? This discussion has been about making sanctions work in 2024. What can we hope for from your side to contribute to that mission?
We're going to continue to do what we have been doing, and I think part of the message from the anniversary last month was that we have not gone away, that we continue to investigate these cases. The cases take time, obviously, to develop the facts and develop the evidence and put us in a position where we can bring charges or seize and forfeit property. But we will continue to do that as long as it takes, and we'll continue to support Ukraine in that effort. I think in terms of focus, we really are serious about facilitators and the networks and the enablers who allow this kind of conduct to continue, both here in the United States, in Europe, and elsewhere. And I think you'll see us continue to focus on those individuals and entities. And you will have more press releases on that in the near future. So keep your eyes peeled. We're not going away, and we'll be continuing this work as long as we need to.
Well, thank you, and more power to you. And here's hoping that the EU, with its the directive you mentioned, catches up quickly and can match what you brought to all of this so far. So, Michael, look, thank you very much indeed for your time. I really appreciate it. I think it's been fascinating for all here in the audience. And we obviously look forward to following what you all are up to in the months ahead. So thank you again, Michael.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Paulis.
Tom, thank you very much for moderating these two sessions, both the panel discussion and the final one-on-one conversation with Mr. Michael Khoo, who was also present in Latvia in the last annual conference that we organized in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have come to an end of this conference, and we will wrap up now. I will give a couple of thank yous and some closing remarks with the most important, I think, messages that we heard today. So number one, I would like to thank all of the audience members, attendees in person and attendees online for listening. You are the reason why we do this. We would like to thank the organizers. First of all, Latvian Institute of International Affairs. I would like to thank European Economic Area Grants for making this possible. And I would certainly like to thank our co-organizers, Royal United Services Institute, for both organizing this conference in terms of substance and moderating the panel discussions and the one-on-one conversations. Kinga, Gonzalo, Tom, thank you very much. And of course, my colleagues at the FIU, Tom's for the tone from the top to make this outreach activity, along with all the other outreach activities that we do in sanctions space, to Marta for doing the one-on-one conversation with Mr. Pierre-Arnaud, and of course to the organizing team, most importantly Arta, the one who was in charge of all of setting all of this up and emailing with all of you. And of course, all the speakers who participated in the conference and provided their valuable insights and experiences from all around the world. We really did have an international conference with speakers from the United Kingdom, the United States, and all across the European Union member states. The title of the conference was Making Sanctions Work, the Way Forward in 2024. And I think the three most important points were, number one, is that in 2024, we must make domestic sanctions implementation models succeed. And one of the ways to do that is what Latvia is also doing, is centralizing, making one process owner in the country responsible for sanctions implementation, having somebody really in charge and cooperating with all the authorities. Of course, there are multiple authorities. You have customs, you have policymakers, you have supervisors, but one authority should be in charge in making sure it works. Through that, in Latvia, because we appreciate the war in Ukraine and what's happening there, because we're so close and we are bordering Russia and Belarus, the risks are high in Latvia. We see the need very clearly And through our example, we want to show both leadership through action and moral leadership, because it is the right thing to do. And we would like to see more of that across the European Union. And apparently, through what we heard today, it is moving forward in the direction of centralization. And also, it was spoken about today, also EU-level centralization of sanctions implementation, in my opinion at least, would be the right way to go. Number 2 was about making sanctions enforcement work. Currently, we see fragmented approach. We see countries such as the Netherlands with 60 investigators in charge of looking at sanctions violation cases, and we see EU jurisdictions which haven't even criminalized sanctions violation as a crime yet. So the EU directive that was recently approved by the Parliament and also mentioned by Mr. Khoo in the last discussion is certainly the right way to go. We must create a deterrent effect for those who violate sanctions. We must hold them accountable. There are many good practices already in the European Union, many criminal measures already applied for those who violate sanctions. I think what my colleague from Latvian Tax and Customs Police brought forward about how we use our non-conviction-based confiscation system to take away the sanctioned goods that have been caught on the border is certainly also a good practice to adopt by other countries, and non-conviction-based confiscation now is a part of the FATF standard, which will have to be taken over by many, basically all of the states in the world. And in my opinion also what was important is to make sure that that enforcement is not fragmented when finally it is criminalized across the European Union, but maybe to also have it as a more centralized effort through potentially European Public Prosecutor's Office, an initiative that has been already tabled. Number 3 is the cooperation with the private sector. And today, I think, especially during the third panel, we appreciated how important sanctions implementation's effectiveness is because of the work that the private sector does. And I think it was a notion that we heard all across the discussions today that financial sector knows what it's doing. Financial sector has been doing that for a long time. But with Russia-related sanctions, we have more and more exposure from different corporations, from different service providers. And we must ensure this corporate accountability. We must help the private sector, trade companies, logistics companies involved in international trade to make sure that they are also complying with sanctions, and also those services that are currently prohibited by sanctions must understand their roles and responsibilities in making sanctions work. David O'Sullivan in his keynote speech said that sanctions have 3 broad objectives. Number 1, limit Russia's military capabilities. Number 2, deprive Russia of the most sensitive technologies. Number 3, to reduce the revenue of the Russian government. And clearly, on all of these fronts, the results are there. It hasn't stopped the war, also spoken about many times today, but it's certainly an effort in the right direction. And we have guests from Ukraine today. One of them from the Office of the President of Ukraine brought forward today in the very morning about how Ukrainians are fighting in the trenches and also following how sanctions imposition and sanctions policy works, how sanctions implementation works. And they're doing that while protecting their families and independence in the trenches. So we certainly have a very small price to pay for the inconveniences that sanctions compliance brings. With that, I would like to conclude. Also, thank our interpreters for their amazing work. And we're looking forward to work with all of you also in 2024. Thank you.